1171 Auction Part 2. He had to admit, even with the weariness on her face, it didn't hinder her beauty. However, what made Jiang Chen even more surprised was her muscle strength and reflex. Good lord, it's a superhuman with stats higher than him. Why are lone travelers so OP? If it weren't for the eyes fiercer than the murderous Deathclaw as well as the murderous vibe, he almost wanted to purchase her to be his bodyguard. With the exhibition of this item, the atmosphere of the entire auction was pushed to a peak. In order to compete for this item, several rich people bid fiercely against each other. With many competing bids, the beautiful lone traveler was won by a buyer who almost couldn't squeeze into his suit with a price of a kinetic skeleton and 7,000 crystals. She was pushed back with the cart, and the unfortunate Miss Zhao Qiran disappeared from everyone's eyes. Items worth more than 1,000 crystals must be settled through special channels. It was meant to protect the privacy of buyers. Jiang Chen noticed that in the corner of the hall, a chubby man with fat squeezing out from the buttons of his suit stood up in excitement as he rubbed his hands. He followed the hotel waiter and then went backstage. He was eager to inspect his item. Perhaps it was his illusion, but Jiang Chen read a hint of disdain on Miss Zhao Qiran's face when she was pushed back. She didn't look nervous at all. Either she was prepared to die, or she prepared backup plans. The chubby man probably wouldn't be able to enjoy his item. He shook his head, then Jiang Chen left the thought behind and continued to read through the catalog. Even if he bought her, she was likely to be used as a sex toy. He was not a philanthropist, and he didn't need something as disdainful as a sex toy. It just didn't make sense to take on the risk while spending 7,000 crystals. What's more, he couldn't help everyone. In less than half an hour, the auction sold more than 20 slaves at an incredible speed. Among them were mature women who were graceful and little Lolas in cute skirts. The age range served people with all different tastes. In addition, Jiang Chen also found a very interesting thing. Often the female lone travelers with only above-average beauty could be sold at a higher price than the pre-war celebrities with perfect figures and beauty. For example, a former actress who had produced a lot of albums and starred in 2 movies was only sold for 4,000 crystals, which was just half the price of Zhao Qiran. Is it because the capturing process is more difficult? Or because of a deformed desire to conquer, or some other psychological needs? The children of the former Pan-Asia cooperation officials, especially the non-clone ones with complete ID information, were also highly sought after by the rich. On the other side of the auction hall, Wan Peng was also in a VIP booth. He looked at the auction venue leisurely as he enjoyed the pair of hands perfect like jade massaging him. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in a suit. Judging from his respectful look, he should be Wan Peng's butler. Is the investigation done? Not yet, said the middle-aged man. The hotel is not willing to cooperate with our investigation. They said that if they disclosed the information of the buyer, the reputation of the Dorset Hotel would be completely ruined. After listening to the middle-aged man, Wan Peng's expression didn't change. His eyes half narrowed, enjoying the massage while he ordered. It's okay. If this is the case, we'll do Mr. Ma a favor and purchase it. As he spoke, the slave auction came to an end. Now, half of the entire auction was over. Jiang Chen crossed his legs, looked at the catalog, and used one ear to listen to the auctioneer praising each item. However, as everything was irrelevant to him, he didn't show any interest. As the beautiful host examined the VIP who just flipped through the same catalog, she was anxious, but she could not say anything. Just then, in the center of the auction hall, a black trolley was pushed up. From the tray on the trolley, the auctioneer picked up a card. It is said that there is a mysterious subway line buried deep under the more than 40 subway lines in Shangjing that serves as the passage to the Pan-Asia Cooperation's strategic reserve. It is not within the urban transportation system and is not open to the public. This special subway line is called Line 0. People began exchanging information and whispering. In VIP booth 076, Jiang Chen put down the catalog in his hand, looked at the auctioneer on the platform, and waited quietly for him to continue. In VIP booth 001 directly opposite of him, Wan Peng also slightly opened his eyes. It is rumored that subway line 0 is not an ordinary subway line. It is buried with a large amount of war storage materials and industrial equipment. It is the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation. If anyone possesses the treasure, this person will undoubtedly become the richest individual in the entire Shangjing area and even the whole wasteland. And this card in my hand is the ticket to subway line 0. It is rumored that even if the location is found, a special ID card is required to pass the security at subway line 0. ID card of subway line 0, starting price, 1,000 crystals. Whoever possessed the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation would become the richest person on the wasteland. It was tempting, but the survivors were not stupid. Disregarding the location of the treasure, the first issue would be its existence. Even with the key to the treasure chest, so what? But that being said, this ID card must possess some value, at least it could be valued as a collection item. What if the legendary subway line 0 was discovered one day? The buyer would be able to go directly, or they could sell the card to someone and generate a great return. Of course, considering the risks involved, even those interested in buying didn't have a high price set in their mind. 1,100. 1,200. 5,000. 5,000 crystals. Everyone gasped the cool air and cast their sights on VIP booth 001, who raised the price to 5,000. What kind of person was willing to spend 5,000 crystals to buy a small card? Even the auctioneer in the middle was shocked by the wealth displayed by the buyer of VIP booth 001. As soon as the auctioneer regained clarity, he immediately shouted. 5,000 crystals once. 5,000 crystals twice. 5,000 crystals. Wan Peng smirked and leaned back against the chair. To be honest, Ding Liwei and he both had one of these ID cards. The reason why he spent this money was to prevent someone else from receiving the ticket to subway line 0. There were enough people interested in subway line 0. The last thing he wanted would be to have another unstable factor. 5,000 crystals, worth it. 10,000 crystals. Wan Peng's smile froze and his face gradually turned gloomy. 20,000. There was a commotion in the auction hall. The card was actually bid to a price of 20,000 crystals. The host felt that the palm of his hand that held the wooden hammer began to sweat. Ahem, 20,000 crystals once, 50,000. VIP booth 076 again raised its placard. Wan Peng's expression turned even more gloomy. The host looked at him hesitantly, asking him if he was going to bid more, but she saw that Wan Peng just waved his hand and then spoke a few words to the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man nodded and left the room. Wan Peng looked outside and stared at the VIP booth numbered 076. He gnashed his teeth and thought in his mind, don't let me know who you are. Don't ever think about line 0, otherwise, you can go die. The 50,000 crystals bid pushed the atmosphere to a climax. 50,000. VIP booth 076 is bidding 50,000. Is there a higher price? If not, 50,000, once, 50,000, twice, 5,000 thrice. On the platform, the auctioneer shouted 3 times, and the wooden hammer smashed down. Deal. Just like this, with an astronomical price of 50,000 crystals, this mysterious ID card was collected by Jiang Chen in VIP booth 076. 50,000 crystals to buy a card was certainly considered wasteful. The same price could purchase a customized power armor on Pingan Street. The people in the hall turned their eyes to VIP booth 076. They all wished to know the mysterious buyer. However, apart from a faint illusion, they could not see anything. They could only look at the unidirectional light transparent glass and dream of the magnificent wealth. In VIP booth 076, the beautiful host next to Jiang Chen was flushing with excitement. For every item Jiang Chen purchased, she collected a small commission. Although this ratio was very small, she could receive 50 crystals on the 50,000 crystals purchase. It was almost the equivalent to her basic salary of 1 month. Conversely, if Jiang Chen didn't buy anything without even bidding once, and the hotel would punish her. Precisely because of this, she was so anxious when Jiang Chen seemed disinterested. The beautiful host with her charming smile gazed at Jiang Chen. Her watery eyes were full of passion. Since Jiang Chen already purchased what he needed, he didn't want to stay further and stood up. There is still half an hour left of the auction. Do you not want to stay, sir? The host asked. I already bought what I needed. Send the item to my room after. Jiang Chen shook his head and left the room. 1172 Take it from their dead bodies. Subway Line 0. Before he came to Shangjing, Jiang Chen had never heard of this term. However, when he saw the description of Subway Line 0 in the catalog, he gradually became interested. Digging an entire subway line hundreds of meters underground shouldn't be used to store nutrient supply or canned food. The items inside should at least not be cheaper than building this strategic subway line. The key term, the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation, really caught his attention. Of course, while he was interested, he did not immediately bid for it. Although the price was not his top concern, why would he waste money on purpose? No one could guarantee that the ID card was a real ID card or if the legendary Subway Line 0 really existed. However, only when VIP booth 001 across from him offered the high price of 5,000 crystals did Jiang Chen's concern dissipate and he made the decision to purchase the card. If Wanpeng learned that it was due to his decision of offering a high bid price that made Jiang Chen make up his mind to win the bid for this ID card, he would probably hurt himself. When VIP booth 076 offered a bid of 10,000 crystals, he immediately upped the bid to 20,000. In the end, Jiang Chen ended any possibility with the monstrous bid of 50,000 crystals. When Jiang Chen left the auction venue from the VIP passage, he was about to walk to the elevator when he saw a middle-aged man approach him. The man stood in front of Jiang Chen and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Do you have time for a quick chat? No, Jiang Chen didn't even look at him and walked straight to the elevator. The expression on the face of the middle-aged man froze as he looked at Jiang Chen walk past him. Although he also thought he would encounter obstacles here, he did not expect the rejection to be this direct. His response didn't leave him any face. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to go into the elevator, the middle-aged man thought of the task that his boss gave to him and rushed forward to stop in front of Jiang Chen. Then he revealed a smile on his face. Jiang Chen looked up. When he saw the man in front of him, he finally took a closer look at the individual. A neat hairstyle, black suit with a black tie, and black leather shoes. If this place was not the apocalypse, Jiang Chen would have categorized him as an insurance agent. Sir, may I ask for your name? The middle-aged man asked after he cleared his throat. Jiang Chen did not intend to interact with him, but he suddenly thought of something as a mischievous smile formed and quickly faded. Then he said. Lu Fan. Lu Fan. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He carefully scanned the name in his mind and found that there was no one that matched his particular face. So, his voice became mixed with a hint of contemptuousness as he said in an authoritative manner, My boss is inviting you to have a cup of tea. Oh. Who is your boss? Jiang Chen smiled. Do I know him? Wanpeng, Manager Wan. The middle-aged man's eyebrows rose. His arrogance of being a left-hand man of a powerful individual fully displayed. Have you heard of the Survivors Alliance? The Pingan street you're stepping on is partially owned by this powerful individual. If you understand the situation, I advise you, Jiang Chen just grinned by slightly lifting the corner of his mouth. So. The expression of the middle-aged man gradually turned gloomy. What do you mean? Are you planning to reject the invitation? When did I show interest? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled. The gloom on his face dissipated and was instead replaced by a look that seemed as if he was looking at a dead person. Good, very good. The elevator arrived. The middle-aged man stepped aside, made a gesture to invite Jiang Chen to step into the elevator, and looked at Jiang Chen with a menacing smile. I hope that Mr. Liu will not regret today's choice. Soon you will understand what kind of consequences you will receive if you take something you shouldn't take and you refuse someone you shouldn't refuse. Of course, if you regret it now, you can hand over the ID card and maybe, however, Jiang Chen did not even look at him and just stepped into the elevator. His contempt attitude was like looking at a tiny ant. It was not even worth the effort to take one more look. The door of the elevator closed, and the menacing smile that was frozen on the man's face gradually distorted. A rage overwhelmed him and completely destroyed his rationality. Fu*K. His fist slammed on the wall. His chest violently pumped as he gnashed his teeth and cursed. The people passing by all looked curiously in his direction. What the Fu*K are you looking at? Using his fierce expression to intimidate the people looking in his direction, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. Then he looked around before he quickly fixed his attire and hurried away. Still in the same booth, Wanpeng sat next to the red wooden table as he sipped the tea from NAC and watched the crowds below. The beauty's silky finger gently massaged his shoulders. Although he did not purchase any items, the beautiful host behind him did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. It was not because of anything else other than that his name was Wanpeng. Even if her manager Ma Qianjun came here, he still must respectfully greet Wanpeng and call him Brother Wan. The auction was nearing its end. With interesting items emerging one after another, and the winning price setting new highs. However, all the winning bids were still inferior to the record of 50,000 crystals. When an N-20 military power armor was bought by a leader of the eastern district of Shangjing at a price of 40,000 crystals, it marked the conclusion of the auction. The middle-aged man who had previously contacted Jiang Chen walked into the booth. He stood to the side of his boss with a sullen expression and lowered his head. Boss. How's the situation? Wanpeng asked quietly. The kid is quite uncooperative, the middle-aged man said with indignation. I had invited him sincerely, but he did not want to cooperate at all. I later stated your name, but he did not show any respect, and instead. An eyebrow raised, Wanpeng looked at his subordinate and asked. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and pretended to be furious as he exaggerated the situation. He sneered with disdain and said who the Fu*K is. The middle-aged man did not dare to finish his sentence, but rather kept his silence. After his subordinate finished, Wanpeng was not angry, instead, he smiled. Huh, really? Boss, the middle-aged man anxiously asked, what do you think? There are two ways to solve problems on the wasteland. One is to buy it from them with crystals. As for the second one, Wanpeng took a sip of the fresh tea. Is to take it from their dead bodies. 1173 50,000 crystals Subway Line 0, ID card, Wanpeng, Shangjing Survivor Alliance. Several keywords were connected together by a card. Jiang Chen was not sure what was hidden inside Subway Line 0, but he was sure of one thing. Wanpeng, Ding Liwei, and even Archbishop Su Tiannan omitted some information from him. They especially did not tell the whole truth in regards to the subway lines in Shangjing City. After he went back upstairs, he found Lu Fan. Get our brothers to prepare, it's time to go. When Lu Fan heard Jiang Chen's words, he was relieved and smiled bitterly. Jen, boss, you are finally willing to go back. Jiang Chen laughed. Is it not fun on the streets? Fun. We're all stressed out from ensuring your safety, Lu Fan said with a bitter expression. Jiang Chen patted Lu Fan's shoulder. Great work. When I go back, I will get the chefs to prepare a few pounds of braised beef for you, and get you a few bottles of good booze to help you relax. Gulp. When the 1.80 m tall man heard the words, braised beef, he uncontrollably swallowed. Look at you. Jiang Chen laughed, then kicked him on the butt. Hurry up and pack everything up in 5 minutes. If someone isn't ready in 5 minutes, I promise you he'll drink so much soup that he'll never want to drink soup again. Hee hee. Lu Fan rubbed his head in embarrassment before he turned around and jogged away. While Lu Fan went back to delegate, Jiang Chen returned to his room, opened the storage dimension, and took out a large box of crystals. 50,000 crystals was not a small number. He only stored around 100,000 crystals in his storage dimension. However, Jiang Chen did not feel pained by this. After all, the entire Pingan Street still owed him 10 million crystals. It won't long before the Shangjing Survivor Alliance hauled a truck full of crystals to his door. 50,000 was nothing but a drizzle. It didn't take 5 minutes at all. In less than a minute, the 20 guards were packed and stood in the living room in a straight line. They still wore their mercenary outfits, but the powerful K2 kinetic skeletons were hidden inside their clothes. With a satisfied nod, Jiang Chen ordered. We may encounter trouble on the way back. Keep your eyes open. If someone is pointing a gun at us, don't talk nonsense and just fire, you hear me? Roger. 20 guards pounded their chests and replied with force. After about 10 minutes, the auction was over, and the hotel manager personally came to Jiang Chen's room with a few assistants. The cobblestone-sized crystals piled in the box illuminated with a mysterious green ray that could blind eyes. The eyes of the assistants all turned dark green. Even the hotel manager, who often saw a large number of crystals, gulped at the sight. The hotel manager personally scanned the crystals with 4 crystal quality analyzers for more than 20 minutes before he counted the box full of crystals. The crystals totaled 50,124 units of energy. Jiang Chen considered the extra 124 crystals as their tip. After the settlement was complete, Jiang Chen took the ID card from the manager and put it in his pocket. He then asked casually, "Do you not have a bank here? The type that can transfer money?" "We don't have that here," the hotel manager shook his head with an apologetic smile. "Only the 100 denomination issued by the city hall can be settled for high-value goods. The denomination can be exchanged for the equivalent value in crystals from the city hall at any time, but it is only circulated in the walls of Pingan Street. Outside of it, it's a piece of scrap paper." The hotel manager sighed. "I heard that there is a credit payment system in Wanghai in the south. Only if Shangjing has a similar system. It was impossible to open a bank on the wasteland without absolute strength. Even the Shangjing Survivors Alliance didn't have the power to complete this feat in a place without law. Daring to open a bank was asking to get robbed. What's more, without the ability to protect the wealth, how could others trust their assets with the bank?" Jiang Chen pondered, maybe he could move NAC's bank to Shangjing, and open a branch here. The economic and trade exchanges between Shangjing and Wanghai were closely connected and he absolutely deemed it to be necessary. However, these plans must wait until the troubles of CCCP were resolved. 5 kilometers away from Pingan Street, a short man rushed into Dongqing Hospital. He showed his identity to the guard in a fur outfit and then ran upstairs. On the side of the parking lot, Brother Tiger with his face bruised was sitting in a chair. The 2 cats on his face were replaced by a few bandages. At the moment, a woman dressed in a nurse uniform was kneeling between his legs. From her numbness and weary expression, it was easy to see she had suffered a tremendous amount of abuse. With an expression of enjoyment, Tiger took out a bad-quality cigarette and lit it for himself. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and his pawn rushed in. Brother Tiger. Fu *K. Tiger was startled and almost couldn't control himself. He kicked away the woman who was kneeling in front of him, stood up, and pulled up his pants. Just as he was about to unload his rage, he saw who came in and his anger dissipated. Tiger did up his belt and sat back down. Then he asked nonchalantly. "What is the situation?" "They are out of town." The short man gasped while he bowed down. "They just left the south gate. I have told people to follow them." "Very good." Tiger's face revealed a menacing smile. He then grabbed a dagger from the table. "Bring dozens of our brothers and follow them back to their settlement. Kill all the men and leave the women. Also, cut the leader's hands and feet for me. I need him alive." "Yes, yes." The man nodded quickly. "Why are you still here?" Seeing that the pawn did not move, Tiger raised an eyebrow. The short man grinned and bowed again. "Here is what happened. Before they left Pingon Street, I sent people to the Dorset Hotel to learn more about them. I learned a piece of extremely interesting news." "Oh. Go on." Tiger said. "These people are quite rich. Especially the leader. I heard that they spent 50,000 crystals at the Dorset Hotel, just to buy a card that may or may not work. 50,000 crystals." Tiger's eyes suddenly turned red when he heard the number. So red that it looked like his eyes were bleeding. He wished that card belonged to him. Fu*K, 50,000 crystals to buy a card? It's rumored that the card is the ID card for Subway Line Zero's security certification system. But you know that is just a myth. Tiger's small eyes narrowed into slits and greed filled his pupils. "So, the card is worth 50,000 crystals. 50,000 crystals. He had never seen so many crystals in his life. If he had 50,000 crystals, he could buy a set of power armor in Pingon Street. With one foot on the chair, Tiger spat out, grabbed the rifle on the table, and fired into the ceiling. Soon, after hearing the gunshots, several of his confidants rushed in. Shouting at his confidants, Tiger stabbed a dagger into the wooden table and commanded like a true thug. Fu*Kya. The juicy piece of meat left town. Go and prepare. Bring our brothers and finish this deal. Drive our modified truck. If we get this deal done, we'll have fun for a year. Oh! Mighty Tiger. Take the meat. The cheers of the raiders filled the room. The blood of hatred boiled in Tiger's chest as he gathered up his boys. As soon as he thought of the humiliation from last night, he could not wait to peel off the man's skin, strip the man's tendons, and cut his flesh to feed the dogs. Yesterday's humiliation must be paid 100 times in return. Chapter 1174. Then make one. The connecting station of Subway Line 35 was hell. The viscous blood immersed every inch of the tiles and shredded meat and severed parts were scattered everywhere. The smell of gunpowder occupied the place and it even covered the terrifying smell of blood. A seemingly endless amount of corpses laid on the ground with the stick-thin arms withering away. Pairs of military boots stepped over the dead bodies and stood in front of a collapsed wall. The road ahead is blocked, Smirnov said. Maybe it is the masterpiece of the survivors. Jaeger did not speak. He walked up to the collapsed gravel pile, extended his right hand, and wiped the wall with his index finger. He then gently rubbed his index finger with his thumb and closed his eyes as if he were sensing something. After a long silence, he opened his eyes and looked at the collapsed wall, then said slowly. It collapsed a decade ago. It should be directional blasting. It seems to be a dead end. Smirnov walked beside the commander and frowned. Not necessarily. Jaeger grinned, and his fierce eyes flashed with madness. Oh. Smirnov felt a little uneasy for some unknown reasons. Bring the map, Jaeger said. Soon, a soldier stepped forward and handed him the traffic map of the subway lines in Shangjing. When he pushed the map on the wall, Jaeger's eagle-like gaze followed the 35th line all the way east. Eventually, he stopped at Dongqing Park Station that was now below his feet. The place was the transit station between line 35 and line 27 and was also directly above line 2. He used his index finger and thumb to measure the line, as if he was measuring something. Soon, a touch of joy appeared. "What did you find?" Smirnov asked the commander. "Dear Comrade Smirnov, I don't know if you have heard of subway line 0 in Shangjing." "I have heard about it." "But," Smirnov frowned. "Isn't it just a myth? Like the future factory underground in the Kremlin, no one has ever verified it. The best way to cover up a secret is to use a confusing story to cover an irrefutable truth. Of course, I have only recently begun to suspect this." His gaze continued along line 27 and stopped at Pingon Street. Jaeger's eyes narrowed. "Only now, I'm very convinced that the legendary subway line 0 must exist, and the survivors here have been exploring this since 10 years ago." Jaeger's index finger pointed on the map. Subway line 27 passes directly below the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, which is the political center of Pan-Asia Cooperation. "This is abnormal, isn't it? Look down. It is directly connected to line 35 and line 2. If I didn't guess wrong, the answer is definitely here. Either line 27 or line 2 is connected to it. As for line 35, they came from line 35 and thus ruled this line out." Smirnov took a deep breath. Although he felt that his commander's thoughts were crazy, he could not spot any flaws. Line 2 or line 27, one of which must have a connecting station leading to the legendary line 0. It was a multiple-choice question, and it seemed that it didn't matter if you chose the wrong one. "But how do we get there?" Smirnov asked the commander. "There is no way. There is no way." Jaeger raised his eyebrow and then his lips formed a fierce arc, "Then make one. Line 2 or line 27. This multiple-choice question could have two answers. They had plenty of tactical nuclear warheads. The South Gate. At the warehouse by the South Gate, Jiang Chen took the weapons he stored in the warehouse with his guards and prepared to leave the city. However, when they crossed the wall and entered the buffer zone, they found a long queue at the gate. Soldiers armed with rifles and bulletproof vests were searching every single person leaving the city. Jiang Chen frowned. Just as he wished to investigate, he heard the survivors next to him whispering. "There was an explosion in North Street." "I heard there were gunshots too," a person who looked like a lone traveler said. "Gunshots? What the foo *k, someone had too much to drink." The mercenary-looking survivor whispered, "Damn, this is going to be a long queue." "I heard that Ding Liwei was furious. He ordered the city to be placed under martial law and to search for the suspect." There had been no shootings in Pingon Street for 3 years, at least not right in the street. Most merchants choose to come and stay in this place because it's safe. Now, someone has slapped the face of the entire militia. If the person gets caught, I'm afraid the punishment will not be light. Light? Oh, they'll probably get locked up with a death claw. Right, where did the explosion happen? Have you heard that? It seemed to be at the Dorset Hotel. When Jiang Chen listened to the chatter of the survivors, combined with the previous auction, he had already guessed the story. Miss Zhao Qiran was indeed a heroine. She actually bombed the Dorset Hotel. Did that guy Wanping get blown up too? He should have been inside as well. Don't die. The Survivors Alliance has yet to pay. After giving a pat on Lu Fan's shoulder, Jiang Chen whispered a few words to his captain and pointed to the city gate. He moved a chair and sat down. He watched one of his soldiers speak to an officer at the gate and then stuff a crystal worth 300 points into his hand. Lu Fan nodded, then walked toward the officer. Jiang Chen did not have the leisure to accompany the survivors and stay in line. There was no problem that money couldn't solve. More than 300 crystals would be more than enough to bribe an officer. Just then, Jiang Chen felt someone touch his arm. When he turned around, he saw a woman wearing a broken cloak, standing nervously beside him, and whispering in a begging tone. "Take me out of here." Jiang Chen took a moment and recognized the face. With a sly smile, he said, "Oh. Is this the attitude of someone asking for help? What a coincidence." The Dorset Hotel on North Street blew up, and she was already here at the south gate. Only her movements were just one step too slow. Immediately when she escaped from the Dorset Hotel, the militia stationed on Pingon Street put the city under martial law. Tightly biting her lower lip, Zhao Qiran whispered, "I know something that's important to you." Jiang Chen was really amused by her and laughed. "You don't even know who I am, how do you know if something is important to me? Who you're is not important, the important thing is that you took the card." Jiang Chen looked at her, surprised, and frowned. "How did you know I took the card? Can I explain it later?" Zhao Qiran looked nervously in the direction of the city gate. With just moments to think, Jiang Chen nodded. "Fine, follow me." "Thank you," Zhao Qiran whispered. "Don't thank me yet, and don't say anything, don't look at anything, and just lower your head." "Right, where is your slave imprint?" Jiang Chen asked. Zhao Qiran was confused. "Right arm, why?" "It's nothing." While they spoke, Lu Fan had come over with two soldier-looking men. Zhao Qiran looked normal, but judging from her slightly stiff expression, she was very tense. Jiang Chen gave Lu Fan a look, then looked at the woman in the broken cloak. Lu Fan immediately understood and let the two soldiers begin their count. 21 people left the queue, followed Lu Fan, and came to the security room under the city gate. "Why is there 21? When he saw Lu Fan with the people he brought, the officer was displeased. Counting Lu Fan, it was 22, which was more than the agreed number. Jiang Chen lifted his chin slightly and used his acting skills. In an arrogant manner, he raised his voice. "Does a slave count?" Then, he reached out and grabbed Zhao Qiran's arm and lifted up her sleeve. Jiang Chen's action made her feel stunned. If she didn't believe that he wouldn't set her up, she was about to run away. A string of black barcodes was printed on her arm. The officer glanced at it and did not say anything. He waved his hand and told the person to open the side door, let them through. Zhao Qiran's heart finally calmed down. Jiang Chen let go of her hand, and with the guards behind her, they walked toward the open door. In truth, if they scanned the mark, they would find out that she was the wanted slave they were looking for. However, the officer did not make it difficult for the wealthy owner, or rather, he did not believe Jiang Chen would risk making the entire Pingon Street his enemy to help a criminal. Just like that, the group of people safely left Pingon Street in a nerve-wracking state. 1175 You will soon know who is the lunatic. When Zhao Qiran passed by the guards at the gate, her heart pounded rapidly. Fortunately, the guards did not measure heart rates as she narrowly escaped from the city. After they walked 100 meters out from the city gate, the group turned onto a street. Just as Zhao Qiran was about to say something to Jiang Chen, 20 guns were pointed directly at her. She swallowed the "thank you" down and immediately raised her hands. Although her stats were higher than everyone else here, her body was not stronger than bullets and kinetic skeletons. She did not doubt for 1 second that if she showed the slightest hostility, these 20 guns would make her into a sieve. "Miss Zhao Qiran, I think you should be able to talk about it now." Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Zhao Qiran, who was tense, and said without much emotion. "For example, how did you know I bought that ID card?" "Telesthesia." Zhao Qiuqi took a deep breath and said quickly, "You should have heard about the hidden genetic code before. My ability can perceive the spiritual characteristics of human beings within a certain range and exert influence. Listen, I absolutely mean no harm." Telesthesia. When Jiang Chen heard these words, he processed the information for a second. Then he suddenly recalled a person he encountered in the modern world. Around 2 years ago, when he destroyed the Curophian, a girl stood in the middle of the road and used her ability to mentally shock him. That was his first contact with someone capable of using spiritual powers. He once asked Lin Lin about this but did not get an exact answer. Even before the war, the three key words of spirit, brain, and brainwave were high-frequency terms in research topics in the frontiers of biotechnology. These research topics including discussions such as why the brain marrow was enriched with Klein particles, and the supernatural interference of brain waves on physical phenomena. Even in the 22nd century, these were unsolved mysteries. The nature that humans perceived was just the tip of the iceberg. The more you climb the mountain, the smaller you will feel. That was a true statement. Are you satisfied with my answer? Zhao Qiuran stared nervously at Jiang Chen. Somewhat, Jiang Chen said. He paused for a moment, then continued. You said earlier, you know something that is important to me? Zhao Qiuran nodded immediately. I fled through the ventilation ducts and past VIP booth 001 when I left. Sunday club owner Wan Peng and his subordinate Lu Sen were inside. I heard they were planning against you. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Just this? Zhao Qiuran's expression froze and she asked awkwardly. Does this not count? Jiang Chen shook his head. Setting Wan Peng aside, even if Ding Liwei wanted to plot against me, and even if the entire Survivors Alliance or the entire city behind you were against me, I could overturn them, and the city inside out. If he really bothers me, I'll just get rid of him. Jiang Chen's words gave Zhao Qiuran chills. Although the murderous vibe was not directed at her, the vibe that she felt still made her hands and feet icy. Hell, this guy obviously doesn't look strong, how is he scarier than Deathclaws? But this is bullsh** T right. With her scalp numb, Zhao Qiuran kept her hands up and nervously thought. She did not know Jiang Chen's identity. In her mind, the identity of the man in front of her should be at most the leader of a settlement. To destroy Pingan Street, just thinking of the heavy machine guns mounted on the giant wall made her unable to think of anything that could do this deed. I still have a question, how did you escape? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Qiuran. There are many ways to make an escaped slave die. I don't believe that the raiders who caught you didn't give you a shackle. Electronic collars, slavery chips, as far as the security measures I know, there are already a lot. There are many ways to put on shackles, and there are many ways to break shackles, said Zhao Qiuran. For example. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't it just a chip implanted in the spinal nerve? Zhao Qiuran shrugged, as long as the who implanted it unlocks it, then it's fine. Jiang Chen suddenly nodded. Since she did possess spiritual abilities, through the means of mental intervention, she could make the buyers subconsciously lift the security authority on slavery chips. I will remember that you helped me today. I owe you a favor. Holding her hands and taking a half step back, Zhao Qiuran said nervously, can you let me go? A favor? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Do you think I need that? Zhao Qiuran revealed a stiff expression. So what will it take for you to let me go? Oath of loyalty. Crystals. Or say, sleep with you. Jiang Chen shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. He waved his hand and gestured to Lu Fan and the others to put down their rifles, then paused. He stared at her for a moment to closely examine her. You're unable to stay in Shangjing further. The Survivors Alliance won't let you go. Do something for me and I can consider taking you to Wanghai. You are a merchant fleet? Zhao Chuchi hurriedly asked, mercenaries as well. Can you really bring me to Wanghai? I can join you, believe me, my skills are pretty good. Jiang Chen, Lu Fan, and the guards all looked at each other and grinned. Just as Zhao Qiuran struggled to understand the situation, the guard next to Jiang Chen blew a whistle and joked. Merchant fleet? Mercenaries? Unfortunately, we are none of those. We are the NAC and it is not so easy to join us. Behind Jiang Chen, Zhao Qiran felt she did not have enough brainpower. The NAC general. At first, she still did not believe what just happened, but when she looked at Jiang Chen deactivating the holographic camouflage, the respect the guards showed, and the 20 shiny K2 kinetic skeletons, she could no longer doubt his identity. I don't have anything right now, and I'm not worth being tricked. Jiang Chen did not tell her what he wanted her to do. Instead, he just asked her to follow him. Of course, Jiang Chen also told her that if she wanted to leave, she could leave at any time without saying goodbye. Just that the next time they meet, they would be strangers. The last two sentences were nonsense. Zhao Qiran certainly would not leave. NAC was the perfect shelter, why would she leave? Not to mention, she just made an enemy of the entire Survivor Alliance and she feared her wanted poster would be posted on the 4 gates of Pingan Street the next day. Shanjing no longer had a place for her. Only the NAC could offer her protection. Being a lone traveler seemed to be unfettered, but it was actually not a good profession. Except for those who really liked to be independent, most people did not become lone travelers by choice. This usually happened because they could not find an organization, or were unable to establish trust with other people. You could only rely on yourself. If possible, Zhao Qiran also wished to join a mercenary group or merchant fleet. Of course, the premise was that people in the whole group don't have the idea of sleeping with her. After following Jiang Chen for quite a long distance, Zhao Qiran looked down and thought of something. Just then, her cautionary senses came online. She stopped moving as she alertly looked around and cast out her mental web. The tentacles of the spirit extended as far as a kilometer outward. She suddenly found that 200 spiritual seals had appeared and were concentrated. Judging from the unstable mental fluctuations, they were obviously not friendly. What's wrong? Jiang Chen also stopped and asked. There is an ambush in front. Zhao Qiran narrowed her eyes and looked at the building about 1 kilometer ahead. They're most likely after us. How many people? 200 to 250. It's too far and I can't see the exact number. Zhao Qiran shook her head. There is a park nearby, we can go through it and get rid of them. Prepare. Jiang Chen did not finish listening to her, and just gave an order to Lu Fan. Then he pointed to the building in front of him, remember to leave someone alive. Yes. Lu Fan saluted. He left 2 guards to stay next to Jiang Chen and marched forward with the remaining guards. Are you crazy? Zhao Qiuqi looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a lunatic and had shock written all over her face. I said, there are more than 200 people. You don't know how many heavy weapons are waiting for you, and your first thought is to fight them. Jiang Chen's lips displayed a disdainful arc, but he remained unmoved. He simply gazed at the building 1 kilometer away. You will soon know who is the lunatic. Chapter 11 7618 vs 200. 50,000 crystals. For the raiders, it was not a large sum, but an astronomical number. For 50,000 crystals, even if it meant fighting with the mother of the Death Claws, they would do it without hesitation, let alone ambush an unknown, small settlement leader. Tiger originally ordered to follow behind that person and wipe out his entire settlement. But in front of 50,000 crystals, personal grudges seemed trivial. To be on the safe side, Tiger accepted his own subordinate's suggestion and changed the plan of following him to the settlement and then ambushing him. After all, he was not stupid. For someone who could afford to buy a card with 50,000 crystals, he would take his safety as his top priority. If they went to his settlement and ended up discovering a few power armors, it would be problematic. So he adopted a conservative strategy. Take the person hostage first, get the card, and then torture him to obtain the location of his settlement before he came up with the next plan. Of course, although he was not stupid, obviously he was not the brightest either. He could not have never imagined that his enemy was not a leader of a settlement, but a warlord from the south. 1 kilometer ahead, Fu*K, they spotted us. Next to the water tank at the top of the building, the man who was watching the street with a binocular snorted. Then, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie and reported the situation to his teammates preparing an ambush on the neighboring street. "We were spotted. Their people are spreading out. Follow them and don't let the fat meat escape." As soon as they heard the fat meat that was going to enter their belly about to escape, the ambushing raiders could not sit still any longer. The raiders, who kneeled behind the bunkers, grabbed their rifles, loaded the magazines, and ran towards the target. The raiders disguised as scavengers pulled down their disguise and revealed the weapons underneath. "They can't get away." Hundreds of meters away, a fierce-looking man on a modified truck revealed a vicious smile and his yellow teeth. The fierceness radiated from his pupils. He pulled the intercom on the window and yelled into the team channel. "Listen up, the boss said whoever captures the leader of the fat meat will be rewarded 500 crystals. Also, once we succeed, we can sleep with whoever we want in the clan until we can't even move." Ahoo! They were howling like wolves, and the man sitting in the modified truck built on their raising morale. "If you want to be rewarded, get on the truck, and get ready to go. Let's let those meat know how the Tiger clan chops heads." A group of raiders dressed in various clothes walked out from the shadows and rushed to the modified trucks. They then put on plastic covers before climbing onto the truck, ready to fight. The engine's roar filled the streets, and 10 modified trucks moved together to transport a group of vicious raiders towards the fat meat. However, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion from afar. The raiders standing on the top of the truck looked up at the clouds in the sky. At this moment, a black dot suddenly emerged from under the clouds and was quickly approaching them. Look at it," he slapped another raider and exclaimed while pointing at the sky. "What is that?" No one answered him. Without the slightest indication. The orange-colored bullets hailed down in an instant. The raiders on the truck only had time to see a glimpse of the afterimage before they turned into mud under the rain of bullets. The Aurora 20 flew by, and the powerful 20mm machine gun fired a hailstorm of bullets, shredding the entire street. The man sitting in the truck only heard a homing noise. Before he could even think of what could be happening, he and the truck turned into dust. When the dust dissipated, mourning sounds ensued. The raiders who fortunately escaped climbed out through the burning steels, dragged their bloody corpses forward, or cried at the edge of the bullet craters. The countless blank sights gazed out from the shadows of the street. It was already afternoon, and the most debilitating part of the zombies' day was almost over. Attracted by screams and explosions, the zombies limped into the messy battlefield and began searching. Don't come close to me." A raider raised his rifle in horror, looking at the zombies beginning to surround him. He desperately tried to move backward. Then, due to his fear, he temporarily forgot about the excruciating pain. Some raiders simply gave up, picked up their pistols, and pulled the trigger against their temple. The whole street turned into hell. Fighters. Next to Jiang Chen, Zhao Qiran was astonished as her mouth hung wide open and her gaze fixated on the dust in the distance. Although the Aurora 20 quickly pierced into the cloud again, with her dynamic vision and reflex, she still captured the afterimage of the fighter. She had roamed on the wasteland for several years. She had seen death claws, mud crabs, and all kinds of powerful and invincible mutants. However, it was the first time she saw fighters, something that only lived in the conversations of the blue skins. Civilized people's weapons. Jiang Chen smiled and walked to a bench on the side of the road. He sat up, crossed his legs, and then slowly said, "I said, you will soon know who is the lunatic." When she looked at the man sitting on the bench, Zhao Qiran gulped subconsciously. She asked herself how many times she danced on the fine line between life and death. She had encountered countless powerful lone travelers, mercenaries, and raiders. However, for the first time, she developed a deep fear of someone. Even the mother of the death claws did not make her so scared. She once thought that there were two kinds of tyrants on the wasteland. One was the leader of a settlement, like Ding Liwei and Wan Peng that commanded thousands, and the other was the powerful lone traveler that could kill death claws with one shot. But now, the man in front of her refreshed her worldview. Even if the two types of tyrant stood in front of him, they would be minuscule, powerless. Just when Zhao Qiuqi was zoned out, Jiang Chen spoke again. Don't stand there just like that, it takes time even to kill 200 chickens. Jiang Chen patted the empty seat next to him. Come here. She did not refuse. Zhao Qiuran mechanically walked to Jiang Chen's side and sat down stiffly. Just as she restlessly sat down, Jiang Chen took out a lighter and lit a cigarette before speaking without any emotion. You said you owe me a favor. Now is a good time. Zhao Qiuran subconsciously asked. How can I help? Can you not sense the spiritual mark? Jiang Chen gestured the two guards next to him to spread out before taking a Rubik's Cube out from his pocket. Then, he gently put it down on the bench. From now on, look closely. Chapter 1177 You, Re-Asking for Death. At the moment when the air raid came, the raiders of the Tiger clan were fully aware what just happened. They were not against a leader of a settlement at all, nor were they foreign mercenaries nor traitors. They were actually up against the NAC that was feared by the entire Pingan Street. The great warlord from the Yangtze River Delta. Even the CCCP tanks must hide into the subway in their presence. The Tiger clan was nothing in front of this behemoth. No, nothing was an overstatement. More than 60 people were gone almost instantly. Ding lay hid in an abandoned building. He felt his hands and feet turning cold. He finally realized how foolish his promise to Tiger was to bring back the man that humiliated him. No, Tiger was the foolish one. How did they encounter this behemoth on Pingan Street just for offloading a trophy? Behind him, the morale of the raiders began to waver, and many raiders were already slowly stepping back. No one was stupid. When faced with an invincible opponent, they couldn't think of any better options than fleeing. Dong Lei noticed the horror in the eyes of the brethren around him and his head suddenly cleared up. He could not wait any longer. Waiting meant an inevitable death. Dong Lei shouted as he picked up the rifle and fired against the ceiling to shake up the clan without any morale. There are planes in the sky. Who can outrun planes? Fu *K, a group of Puss *Es. Are you all scared of planes? If you want to live, follow me. Our only way to survive is to catch their leader and make them fear. While he shouted, the people who were about to escape immediately woke up and recognized the situation. Dong Lei immediately rushed out. Brothers! Follow me. His judgment was quite accurate. However, he still underestimated the strength of the NAC General Guards. In a sense, in the rugged terrain of the ruins, the guards wearing the K2 kinetic skeletons were more deadly than the fighters hovering above the clouds. With more than 100 raiders, Dong Lei quickly rushed through the empty streets, dashed into the narrow alley, and leaped towards Jiang Chen. However, warningless gunshots were directed at him after he had sprinted just a few steps. From the shadows, the 18 guards who were armed to the teeth were like ghosts that appeared out of thin air. The rifles in their hands spewed out deathly rays, completely disrupting the Tiger clan's attack. Spread out. Spread out. Don't be afraid, we have 10 times more people. Dong Lei rolled to the side and narrowly escaped a stream of bullets. He yelled at the top of his lung, then pulled the EMP grenade from his waist and threw it in the direction of the ghosts. The EMP grenade did cause a brief disruption to their optical invisibility, but the effect was only brief. This group of Grim of Reapers, armed to the teeth, did not stop their slaughter because of this momentary delay. The defense and movement of the kinetic skeleton were also completely unaffected. The air was full of the smell of gunpowder, cement chips, and blood. Dong Lai pressed his body tightly against the bunker. Then, suppressing his fear, he peeked his head out. He saw with his own eyes that one of the most powerful brothers had his throat easily cut. Then he saw that the former lone traveler, nicknamed the Little Gun King, was killed by stray bullets. Whoosh! A bullet flew just past his ear and scared him back into hiding. The gunshots echoed in the alley and bounced against the buildings. The raiders in complete chaos fired without order into shadows, retaliating against enemies they couldn't even see. The sporadic screams on the battlefield destroyed his last bit of courage. He only wished to escape, the farther the better. However, just as he was about to turn around and sneak away, he froze. A black muzzle was pressed against his forehead. Consider it done. There was no accident as Lu Fan's good news came to Jiang Chen. Good job, his index finger pressed lightly on the headset. Jiang Chen leaned on the bench and flicked the ash off of the cigarette. He then said, "Come back when you clean the battlefield." "Right, you remembered to leave one alive." "Of course," Lu Fan said with a smile, "and it's a big fish. It doesn't matter whether it's a big or small fish. As long as it knows the way." Nonchalantly, Jiang Chen turned off the communication channel. Almost at the same time, a stream of bullets shot at him without warning. The sneak attack was about to succeed. Then the unexpected happened. 2 meters away from Jiang Chen, the bullets seemed to hit a transparent wall, and only a layer of pale yellow ripples formed before the shield popped the bullets away. Even if she was prepared, Zhao Qiran's heart was pounding furiously when she witnessed what just happened, and her fists in her pockets turned white because of how hard she was squeezing. It was not till she confirmed that the shield was bulletproof and could not be penetrated did her pounding heart finally calm down. However, she was psychologically prepared as she knew Jiang Chen's plan. The 10 uninvited guests in black suits who fired on the opposite side of the street saw the scene and almost exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The 10 men in black narrowed their eyes and looked incredulously at the unharmed Jiang Chen. They disregarded the weird shield. They were wearing optical invisibility equipment and were equipped with life signal shielding devices. They also selected the moment and the NAC guards team just finished the battle, and when Jiang Chen's defense was the weakest. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have known that they would come and deployed this weird shield before they aimed at him. "You finally came out." Jiang Chen smiled and threw away the cigarette but still not burned out. He stood up from the bench. "I am very curious. If you didn't know my identity before, it's reasonable to follow me. Now that you know who I am, are you not afraid of bringing trouble to your master?" The man leading showed a menacing look as he raised his rifle and said with a sneer, "It's because we know that you are Jiang Chen, so there's more reason you should die." From the appearance of the fighter, they had already confirmed Jiang Chen's identity. However, this unexpected turn of the event did not cause them back down. Instead, it aroused their desire to kill. If the NAC general learned about the secret of Subway Line 0, their boss's plan for more than a decade would go to waste. Therefore, Jiang Chen must die. Is that so? As he examined the 10 men in black with full of murderous vibe, Jiang Chen just smiled and gestured at the shadow next to him. "Since they showed up, take care of them too." 10 people thought there was an ambush. However, when they saw only 2 guards stepping out of the shadow, they all sighed with relief. Just 2 people. The man leading was not angry, but laughed instead. "Mr. Jiang, you view too highly of yourself." "Do I?" Jiang Chen shrugged and opened the holographic screen on his watch. He clicked on it a few times. "You think there are too few people? I think there are one too many." With such obvious mockery, the man's face turned completely gloomy. His rifles aimed at the 2 guards while a look of decisiveness appeared in his pupils. "You're asking for death." With the triggers pressed down, bullets emerged from the muzzles. The man in the black suit was very clever. He did not choose Jiang Chen as the target. Obviously, the protective shield could not be taken down easily. At this moment, their biggest threat was the two guards in kinetic skeletons. Without any time to react, the spewing bullets instantly engulfed the two guards. Go to hell. The man in black roared in his mind. But just as he thought he succeeded, his pupils suddenly contracted. Something was wrong. The bullet passed through the two guards as if they just hit thin air. The man in black's expression suddenly changed as he had a terrible feeling. However, before he had time to react, two high-explosive grenades landed within his men. The rumbling airwave instantly burst out and engulfed him and the 9 people behind him in the flames of the explosion. Then there were a few short gunshots, and the people still alive were just about to return fire with their pistols when they were killed by bullets shot from both sides. After the guards put away the rifle in their hands, they came from the nearby building. As for the guards that were hit, they were nothing more than holographic images. It was very easy to recognize the difference up close, but the attention of the assassins was focused on Jiang Chen, and it was not till they fired their first shot did they realize something was off. However, it was already too late when they reacted. Jiang Chen gestured to the two guards, then turned around and looked at Zhao Qiran next to him on the bench. Is it over? Zhao Qiran nodded stiffly, then looked to the black Rubik's cube on the bench before she gulped and asked. What is that? The weapon of the civilized. Zhao Qiran wanted to ask, can you speak in a language people can understand, but when she considered the difference in strength, she chose to remain silent. Jiang Chen picked up the Rubik's cube on the bench, twisted it once, and then put it into his pocket. The faint yellow protective cover also disappeared. After the two guards searched the men in black, they returned to Jiang Chen and reported. No identification was found. No identification is required, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, I know who sent them. Originally, when he was in the Dorset Hotel, he had decided to not bother with Wan Peng. After all, he wore a camouflage necklace, and the person who was sent by Wan Peng to negotiate with him did not recognize him. However, since he took off the camouflage necklace, the assassins who had followed him for a few kilometers still had no plans to stop, and thus made the situation worth pondering over. What do you plan on doing with Wan Peng? Zhao Qiran asked. Let's set Wan Peng aside, for now. He can't run in Pingan Street, and I'll let him pay when the time comes, Jiang Chen said, then looked at the other side of the street, where the guards had fought with the Tiger clan. Before that, there is still a small problem we have to deal with first. Not far away, Lu Fan had returned with 17 guards. Except for some minor injuries, no one was seriously injured or killed. Lu Fan stood in front of Jiang Chen. He respectfully made a military salute and then gestured to a brother behind him. Soon, a guy tied up into a caterpillar was thrown onto the ground in front of Jiang Chen by the guard behind Lu Fan. What's your name? Jiang Chen, with a smile, asked the frightened man. Dong Lei, while Dong Lei anxiously responded, his thoughts turned quickly as he desperately searched for a way to escape. However, he had exhausted all the options he could think of and none would lead to his escape. He could only pray Jiang Chen would spare his life after he learned the intelligence he needed. But was this even possible? Dong Lei thought in his mind with despair. Do you know the way? Jiang Chen smiled. What? What do you mean? Dong Lei gulped, and stuttered. Take me to meet your so-called brother Tiger, Jiang Chen replied. Since Dong Lei did not respond, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said with a sly look. Why? You're unwilling. Of course not, Dong Lei shook his head rapidly as he squeezed out a reluctant smile, then he said incoherently, Brother, no, Daddy, one should pay one's own debt, it's all Brother Tiger's fault, can you, if I take you to see Brother Tiger, can you spare my worthless life? Brotherhood? Loyalty? Brotherhood was only something they talked about when they drank, ate or slept with women. As for the latter, they were raiders to begin with, when did loyalty ever matter? When he rushed to Jiang Chen at the start, it was a desperate move to survive. Now that he admitted defeat, it was also an attempt to survive. As for his brother Tiger, who cared about that idiot's life? Since he turned NAC into an enemy, he was already considered dead. Who would be loyal to a dead person? Dong Lei just wanted to let Jiang Chen know everything he knew. However, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would feed him with bullets after he told the truth. Are you negotiating with me? Jiang Chen smiled at Dong Lei. No, I don't dare. Dong Lei said in a panic. His tightly roped body twitched as he kowtowed desperately on the concrete floor. He cried and begged, "Please forgive me, General. I'll give you 3 seconds. You only need to give me one response." Jiang Chen, unmoved by the crying Dong Lei, said emotionlessly, "Yes, or no." At the office on the top floor of Dongqing Hospital, Tiger was comfortably in his chair while he raised his legs onto the table and squinted at the clear sky outside the window. For some reason, he thought that the weather today was delightful, just like his mood. It had been an hour since Dong Lei set off with his boys. After a while, Dong Lei would probably be able to bring that person back. The thought of this made a cruel smile appear on Tiger's face. He subconsciously touched his unshaven face. How can I torture that guy? Whenever he thought about the shame at Hell Courier that night, he wanted to murder people to vent his anger. TSK, this can't work, it's too nice of me to just kill him like this. He drew the dagger from the table, held it in his hand, and played with it. Tiger looked out of the window and a bloodthirsty ray appeared in his eyes, then a sneer gradually formed. I'll have to cut him hundreds of times and torture him slowly. He was already debating how he should seek his revenge. The revenge was not only for him but also for his bothers. If anyone could draw 2 cats on his face without paying the price, then how could he be the big brother in the future? At this moment, there was the sound of fast footsteps in the hallway. The door was pushed open, and he saw his henchman at the door, panting and holding on to the door frame. You're back. Brother Tiger put his legs down and stood up impatiently. But when he saw his little brother's face, he noticed something was wrong. His expression doesn't seem like that of excitement. You can go now, Jiang Chen said as they headed to the Tiger clan. Your favor has been paid to me just now. You said you'll bring me to Wanghai. I never promised that, Jiang Chen said. Listen, you have seen it just now, my abilities can still come in handy. Although you may have other ways, but at this point, Zhao Qiran stopped in embarrassment, and she didn't continue until after a while. Even without me, you can easily get rid of them, right? Jiang Chen glanced at her and didn't say anything, but the words, of course, were written in his eyes. Zhao Qiran rolled her eyes and was about to mock him, but when the unobstructed words came to her lips, she swallowed them back abruptly. When Jiang Chen saw that she wanted to say something but was too afraid, he laughed and responded. If you plan to go to Wanghai, you can certainly follow us. But I have to remind you in advance that we will only cover your accommodation, not your food. No problem, I will still prepare the nutrient supplies myself. Zhao Qiran nodded immediately. It's already troublesome for you to take me there. If I eat your food, I'll be embarrassed by my own actions. Oh really? Jiang Chen smiled meaningfully. He would never believe that in front of hot food, anyone would be able to down nutrient supplies. Although he had not felt this feeling, he had heard Cheng Weiguo talk about it. At that time when the fishbone base had just been established, and the meals he served to the slaves were porridge, steamed buns, and white rice. But even then, everyone very much enjoyed the food. After people tasted actual food, no one was able to eat nutrient supplies anymore. In Cheng Weiguo's words, it was as bland as wax. Dong Lei silently led the way in the front, then he stopped at the corner of the highway, turned his head, and looked at Jiang Chen nervously. It's ahead. Dongqing Hospital is around this corner. I didn't lie to you, the person you are looking for is inside. At this point, Dong Lei's expression was down. He knelt and started to kowtow without warning, and begged for mercy with tears. Sir, I'm kowtowing for you. I beg you to spare my worthless life. Yan Xiaohu provoked you, it has nothing to do with me. Yan Xiaohu was Brother Tiger's real name. Few people in the Tiger clan knew about this as everyone called him Brother Tiger. Only Dong Lei and a few that established the empire together knew about this name. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Lu Fan understood as he reached out his hand to pull Dong Lei from the ground, and then kicked him on his ass. Get out. Under countless mocking gazes, Dong Lei trembled and almost fell to the ground. Before he could even stand, he scrambled and fled. He knocked over 2 trash cans along the way but didn't even dare to look back. He was afraid Jiang Chen would change his mind and capture him again. You just let him go like this? Zhao Qiran asked as she fixated in the direction where Dong Lei disappeared. He only has his life left, where can he go? Jiang Chen said. Zhao Qiran didn't take long to understand what he meant. Indeed, without even a gun, how far could he go on the zombies and mutants' rampant wasteland? What's more, he used to be a raider, and an infamous one too. Even if he did survive the mutants, any enemy he encountered could end his life. Even if he luckily survived, a life of misery not even comparable to the lowest refugees awaited him. Okay, it's time to end all of this. While Jiang Chen spoke, he looked in the direction of Dongqing Hospital. Just go in like this? Zhao Qiran couldn't help asking. How else? Zhao Qiran looked at the gate of the Dongqing Hospital's courtyard, then said hesitantly, they are considered the upper middle level among the survivor settlements in Shangjing. There are thousands of raiders who worked for him, not only that, there are several engineers under him. They relied on parts purchased from the scrap market and created a few sets of power armors for him. Zhao Qiran paused and looked Jiang Chen before she continued, I know your guards are very powerful, but this is their base after all. Who said I plan to send my guards in? Jiang Chen said lightly. Is it your fighter? Not my fighter, but close. Zhao Qiran looked at Jiang Chen in a daze. She watched him turn on the holographic screen on his watch again, call up the map, and stretch out his hand. One finger was lightly placed on the position of the main building of Dongqing Hospital, and a circle of particle blue ripples slowly swayed away from the location of his finger, like a sickle of death, and outlined a circle called death. Inside the underground garage of the physician building behind the main building of Dongqing Hospital. It was the warehouse of the Tiger clan, and it was also the place they used to keep their slaves. Generally, after they raided a settlement or a fleet, the men were killed directly, and the women were brought here. On the one hand, they were used as toys to vent their emotions and relieve stress, and on the other hand, they were used as free labor to help them process some small parts that can be sold on Pingan Street. When the bad news of the defeat arrived, Tiger hid in here immediately. If the NAC was armed with fighters, this underground garage was undoubtedly the safest place. Based on the civil defense standards of Pan-Asia cooperation before the war, the underground facilities of all state-owned units must reach the level of a quasi-temporary nuclear bunker. In other words, even if a tactical nuclear bomb of tens of thousands of tons was thrown in the hospital, he could stay in here harm-free. In addition, he gathered the remaining more than 500 predators, equipped all 4 power armors built from scrap parts, and several infantry guns raided from a military outpost. He established his position in front of the main hospital building as he prepared for the fight of death with Jiang Chen with his terrain advantage. The door was pushed open. Tiger subconsciously grabbed the gun on the table, and the little brother who entered the door almost collapsed to the ground in fear. Brother Tiger, it's me, don't shoot. Where are they? Tiger grabbed his little brother by the collar as he roared with uncertainty on his face, how is the battle going? I said, don't retreat, keep your position. Anyone could escape, he was the only one that could not escape. It was not difficult to imagine that once he lost his current position, he would die in the gutter somewhere the next day. Too many people wanted to kill him. There were always 1 or 2 fishes that slipped through the net. Every time he slaughtered a settlement, there were a few more people who wished to kill him. His only choice would be to escape from Shangjing to the south, then further south. However, he quickly rejected this idea. NAC was in the south, so now the choice was the northern wilderness. I'd die regardless. No, it hasn't started yet. With his boss grabbing his collar, the little brother said nervously. Brother Tiger was taken aback. Are they going to negotiate with us? Tell them. We can negotiate, boss. The little brother looked desperate. They are just standing at the gate. They didn't come in, didn't speak, and they are just looking at us. Chapter 1180 The Power of One Shot. Didn't fire. Didn't say anything. Just looking. Tiger's expression was blank, clueless of what happened, and he was completely dumbfounded. Are they afraid? However, this unrealistic thought appeared for 2 seconds before it was erased by an earth-shattering bang. Bang, the continuous and thunderous explosions came from the distance as if a giant beast has collapsed, and the entire land was shaken. Everything in the garage was shaking, the door, the table, and the people. After half a minute, the earthquake subsided. The boy who stood next to Tiger climbed out from under the long table and stared at the ceiling of the garage, muttering to himself. Earthquake. Tiger did not respond, he just stood there in silence. With the look of horror written all over his face, he revealed despair that was never been seen before. The clothes, face, and hair that were originally clean were covered with the gray dust shaken off from the ceiling. The figure looked both lonely and weary as if he had aged a few decades in a matter of seconds. Just now, he suddenly remembered a legend. The legend of the NAC order. East of Shangjing, above Qincheng, the glaring white light quickly disappeared. The 50-kilogram shell had been fired and the recoil slowly pushed the giant airship back by more than 10 meters. The distance of 200 kilometers was instantly closed, and the shell precisely hit the main building of Dongqing Hospital. Boom, a deafening explosion. At the impact spot of the bomb, spider-like turtle cracks began to form along the wall, infiltrating inward, and then the entire structure collapsed. The steel skeleton shattered into pieces and collapsed along with the cement debris. The whole building looked like it was pushed by a big hand and fell like an avalanche. Zhao Qiran looked at the building that was immersed in the dust. She opened her mouth slightly, but this time she couldn't say a word. Even after 5 minutes, the thick dust did not dissipate. Without a doubt, no one could escape. Looking at the rubble, and the dust cloud lingering above the ruin, Jiang Chen's lips opened, but he seemingly muttered to himself. 50 kilograms shell. Damn, I wonder if it's possible to see the explosion from the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. When the thick dust had almost settled, he turned around and looked at the guards behind him who were eager to fight. Let's go take a peek inside. Roger. A uniformed roar. Lu Fan waved his hand, and the 19 guards behind him were divided into 3 teams. One of the teams guarded Jiang Chen. The remaining 2 teams were divided into 2 and circled to Dongqing Hospital from both the north and south sides. 6 guards stood around Jiang Chen, but he did not immediately enter the hospital. Instead, he looked at Zhao Qiran. Can you use a gun? After she regained her clarity from being shell-shocked, Zhao Qiran gulped and furiously nodded. Yes, of course. Isn't this nonsense? How can a lone traveler not know how to use a gun? Jiang Chen gestured to a guard next to him and pointed to the short-tube submachine gun hanging around his waist. The guard understood, took off his auxiliary weapon, and handed it to Jiang Chen. Catch! Zhao Qiran fumbled a few times in the air before she caught the gun. She stared at the submachine gun that Jiang Chen had thrown into her hand. She was in disbelief. Don't you want to prove your worth? Jiang Chen smiled and raised his chin slightly toward the rumble. Now I'm giving you a chance. Zhao Kaiwitsen was moved as she gratefully looked at Jiang Chen. On the wasteland, a weapon meant trust, and giving a weapon meant recognition. Without another word, Zhao Qiran responded to this trust with her action. After she loaded the weapon, her eyes locked on to Dongqing Hospital, reawakening the fierceness of the wolf. It was the vibe unique to her, unique to a lone traveler that roamed the wasteland. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction as she looked over to the reawakened Zhao Qiran. It was the vibe she possessed when he saw her at the auction, and only such a warrior has the value of being recruited. Previously, he was worried that he would scare her too much. Now it seemed that he had been overthinking. A rare spiritualist, how could he just let her leave? But such a powerful lone traveler often worked like a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, he would hurt himself. He must use the carrot and stick strategy to teach her about how weak she is compared to the NAC, and if only she willingly let go of her pride to plead loyalty would he be able to use this double-edged sword effectively. The loud gunshots echoed through Dongqing Hospital. More than 500 raiders were buried under the rubble. And the remaining 100 raiders were no match to the general guards. Even if they were lucky enough to escape because they were not in the building, they had no chance against the guards surrounding them from 3 directions. These bandits who only bullied had no fighting chance. The 4 power armors they built were not useful at all. An RPG that dragged a trail of smoke easily penetrated a power armor fighting in the front line. Equipped with the submachine gun in her hand and using the bunker to dodge while firing, Zhao Qiran's combat prowess was not inferior to the guards. With the hope of Jiang Chen bringing her to Wanghai, she was eager to show her own value. This made life extremely difficult for the raiders hiding among the ruins. With the dual abilities of mental shock and spiritual imprint, Zhao Qiran was not missing a single shot, suppressing the enemy so much that they didn't even dare to peek. The Tiger clan was facing an inevitable defeat. Realizing their defeat, the raiders without much loyalty decided to flee. Someone deserted first, and soon there was a second deserter, and with the second one, naturally, the third one appeared. In less than 10 minutes, the raiders who were still resisting instantly lost their morale. They cried and fled. With one foot on the cement pieces, Lu Fan symbolically fired a few shots in the direction of the escaping raiders. After he saw that he couldn't reach anyone anymore, he took the rifle in his hand and spat out toward the concrete tile next to him. A bunch of puss *es. Just like that, the battle in Dongqing Hospital soon ended. After they cleared the battlefield, the 3 teams of guards joined forces and gathered in the grass field of the hospital. Jiang Chen said as he looked to Zhao Qiran. "I'm going to leave it to you. I will handle it." She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes. The tentacles of mental power spread around and wove into a net. Even with the life signal shielding device, it was impossible to cover the spiritual seal. Although her eyes were closed, her mind was clear. The spiritual seals hidden were like swaying candlelight, floating in the vast darkness, and completely visible. She ignored the candlelights that were about to extinguish under the rubble. Zhao Qiran pointed in the direction of the underground garage. "There are probably more than 50 people there." Lu Fan gestured to the guards around him and raised his rifle again. Looking at the garage located in the basement of the hospital, Jiang Chen revealed a sly smile. "It seems like we'll be meeting again. I wonder if those 2 cats are still on Tiger." In the basement, Tiger constantly swallowed as he repeatedly rubbed the assault rifle grip. He stared nervously at the garage door. Just now, he used the remaining power in the spare nuclear fusion battery to start the emergency procedure for the garage. The leaded alloy door closed and sealed the entrance to the garage. It was also one of the civil defense projects. He was only praying that man would not be able to open the door and would just leave. By then, he could still. Looking at his subordinates shivering beside him, Tiger only felt despair. It would be impossible to make a comeback. He would be thankful to just live. Just then, a bright light appeared on the alloy door. For the first time, Tiger felt hopeless when he saw a light in the vast darkness. Suddenly, he heard a wind-breaking sound. Tiger did not understand what happened before he was hit on the back of the head and fell forward. The hit made his eyes blurry in dizziness. When he realized what happened, the rifle in his hand was gone, and his boy, who always sucked up to him, was pointing his rifle at his head and full of viciousness. It was ironic, it was the first time seeing such a brave expression from the guy's face. Is this still the same guy? Hey, Six, you're finally being brave. Tiger bitterly smiled. Shut up. Crazy was written all over the man named Six. He used the rifle to poke the face of his former brother. This is all your fault, you stupid foo *k. Why did you offend someone you shouldn't have? Now the Tiger clan is foo *king done. We're all done. Tiger laughed and looked at Six riding on his body. His eyes showed a hint of disdain. The Tiger clan has always been mine, when did it become we? Six, have I been treating you too well? With madness, Six continued to poke the face of his former brother with his gun. Foo *k, why are you *t talking now? Hee, you don't even know how to say your last words. You're still useless even with death knocking at your door. Tiger shook his head. Originally, he was still a little scared, but when the stick landed on his head, he was over this whole situation. Death? There were panic and fear on Six's face. However, they were quickly replaced by madness. I will not die, you're going to die. You've angered the NAC. As long as I hand you to them. I will not die. Haha, he looked at his pawn as if he was looking at an idiot, then he shook his head, smiling. Whatever, I have lived an enjoyable life, so what if I go to hell? Suddenly, he ignored the muzzle pressed against his face and grabbed Six's neck. Six was frightened, with the fear of Tiger taking back the weapon, his hands shook and he pulled the trigger. Bang! Red and white matter sprinkled onto the ground. Tiger's hands dropped down and fell to the side, they marked the end of his dirty and sinful life. Almost at the same time, the alloy door was cut open, and the man standing at the door retracted the laser sword and looked inside. Six couldn't see the expression on his face, but he could guess that his expression would be no different than looking at an ant. Big brother, Six looked at his big brother without a head in horror. Then, he looked at the people who appeared at the door and hurriedly tossed away the rifle in his hands. With a panicked and pleading expression, Six said incoherently. Don't shoot, the person who started all of this is dead. It's me, yes. Yes, I killed him. I avenged you, bang. There was a second shot. Blood gushed out from his chest. The man named Six collapsed on the ground and made a muffled sound. Too much nonsense. The smoke from the pistol faded. Jiang Chen looked at Tiger with his exploded head with a frown. He did not say anything else and walked toward the back of the garage. When he heard that Zhao Qiran said that there were a lot of spiritual marks in the garage, he had already vaguely guessed what he would see inside. One foot kicked open the half-covered door and a thick odor wafted into his face. Women in ragged clothes sat in front of the long table, processing used chips. When they saw Jiang Chen at the door, they just raised their eyes and looked numbly, then they lowered their heads and continued to mechanically operate the welding torch under the incandescent light. Others were squatting in cages, fixed on sinister toys, as their sight fixated on the floor or ceiling. Only a few had color in their eyes, and those the raiders had still yet to finish enjoying were chained to prevent them from suiciding or escaping. The dead bodies were thrown into the corner and sprinkled with formalin. The empty eyes were daunting. They seemed to exist to warn those who are lazy or those who want to escape. Jiang Chen was visibly shocked, but he did not say anything. It was not the first time he encountered this type of situation. How are you going to deal with these women? Zhao Qiran followed Jiang Chen inside, waved her hand to keep the smell away of her nose, and asked with a frown. What do you think is a good way? Jiang Chen asked. Zhao Qiuran paused for a moment before her expression turned awkward. She was a lone traveler and always operated independently. She usually did not save strangers. What solution would she have? These people had lost their hope to live. Even if they were still alive, they were just like the walking dead in this world. Perhaps death would be a relief for them. But how many people would be able to free their pain without any psychological burden? Just as Zhao Qiuran was engrossed with her thoughts, Jiang Chen gestured to Lu Fan and then pointed to the women in the basement. Get Li Wang to send 2 transport helicopters, and wait for the next transport of the airship to bring those people back to Wanghai. Roger. Lu Fan saluted. Very early in the days, shortly after the end of the X2 bacterial incident, a traumatic sanatorium was set up in the Fishbone base. It was specifically built for those who were traumatized by raiders, which were generally women. Although there were many beautiful women around him, he was very aware that the proportion of men and women on the wasteland had been seriously out of tune. Too many bachelors at any time was never a good thing. Fortunately, most survivors did not have a civilized mentality. As long as they were not mad or crazy, most survivors did not mind the past of these women. They would not reject marrying women that recovered from the sanatorium. Chu Nan, the director of the 6th Street, was a great example. You are too kind. Zhao Qiuran looked at these people with envy. You are envious. When she thought about what happened to these women, she shivered and shook her head. How is that possible? Jiang Chen glanced at her and did not say anything more, then he looked at Lu Fan. That's that. Before the transport helicopters arrive, let's search here to see if there is anything worth taking away. Boom. Without the slightest sign, the earth trembled intensely, causing debris to fall from the garage ceiling. Fu K, who launched another bomb. As he held the wall to regain his balance, Jiang Chen cursed and patted the dust off his head. Boom. Just as he finished his sentence, there was an even louder explosion. This time the earth shook more violently, and everyone in the basement realized the seriousness of the situation. An earthquake? Zhao Qiuran glanced at the ceiling and said nervously, I suggest we get out quickly. It's not like an earthquake. Lu Fan immediately put his face down on the ground. It was an explosion coming from below us. From underground? Jiang Chen had to process this information before his expression gradually turned serious. For some strange reason, the explosion coming from the depths of the earth gave him an ominous feeling. What are the Russians doing? The roar of the explosions came from afar as the shockwave shook the stained floor-to-ceiling windows 10 kilometers away. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Wan Peng focused on the rising dust and became silent. After a long time, he sighed. That's NAC's electromagnetic pulse cannon. This much destructive power with just one shot. I am afraid the wall of Pingon Street will not last more than a few rounds in front of this giant cannon. While he sent his condolences to the fool that angered NAC, Wan Peng took out a radio from the drawer and called his assistant. Soon, the office door was pushed open. A woman in a black suit walked to the front of Wan Peng's desk and bowed respectfully. Then she said, Manager Wan, are you looking for me? Wan Peng asked. Is there any news on the Men in Black? Men in Black was a special unit that he secretly built 10 years ago. It was directly under the command of Wan Peng and independent of the Sunday Club. In the beginning, the significance of this force's existence was only to search for pre-war facilities and to deal with some problems that were inconvenient to entrust to mercenaries and lone travelers. After the establishment of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance and the rule that no murders were allowed within the Third Ring Road, the organization shifted into a semi-intelligence organization. Black suits, optical invisibility, carbon nanobody armors, PK-2000 Pan-Asia cooperation rifles. With just a few dozen people, the organization possessed the combat ability equivalent of over 100. In Shangjing, even the militia group must show respect to him because of the exact reason. Even Ding Liwei, the head of the militia group, was concerned about this trump card in his hand. There is no news yet. The assistant shook her head and in her beautiful voice, if there is progress, I will inform you as soon as possible. Why is it so slow? Wan Peng frowned. If it were before, they would have already reported to him by now. They should not be this silent, without even a message. Last time, they had old Luo already trapped in a corner, but they still managed to let him get away. Wan Peng snorted at the thought. The organization just changed an instructor and they're becoming more and more useless. They are fed with all kinds of resources, but they are less and less proficient with their skills. Ask Lu Sen to come and see me, looked at his assistant, Wan Peng said with a gloomy expression. Yes. The assistant quickly bowed her head. Intuition told her that the manager was in a bad mood. Without stopping, with the boss's orders, she rushed to the door. The assistant guessed right, Wan Peng's mood at the moment was not particularly joyful. But fortunately, his mood was just not particularly joyful. If he learned that the 10 men he sent to capture the ID card were all dead, and they got him a big of trouble just before they died, would Wan Peng curse out? Soon, the door was pushed open again. Boss, with an anxious look, Lu Sen hesitated before asking, are you looking for me? Wan Peng smiled and leaned back in the chair, looking at Lu Sr., explain to me how you train those people. Lu Sen was sweating and so anxious he could not speak. The last mission to capture old Luo, you said that their equipment is not good enough. This time, to capture an unnamed settlement leader, and you Fu * King used the carbon nano armor with optical invisibility and there is still no response. Wan Peng sneered, then put his legs on the table. Come and tell me what's going on. Boss, they are radio silent during this mission. I don't know what is going on there. I promise you, I will report to you immediately when they come back. Report. Wan Peng raised an eyebrow, and the anger in his heart brewed to just the right amount, the amount just ready to explode. Suddenly, the floor began to rock violently. The cup on the desk tipped down and the hot water splashed directly on him. With the violent shaking, Wan Peng subconsciously hoped to dodge, but it was too late as he was flipped over on the chair. Boss, be careful. Lu Sen was quick to respond, as he immediately caught his boss. Ah! What the Fu * K? The hot water had splashed on his pants, and Wan Peng was grimacing while holding on to Lu Sen's arm. Then he stood up, cursing, what the Fu * K is this? What are they doing downstairs? The shaking became more and more violent as if an earthquake was happening, rocking the entire Pan-Asia Cooperation building. Suddenly, Wan Peng's expression drastically changed. Not the people downstairs. The entire Pingan Street was shaking. Is it? Wan Peng had a bad feeling. Earthquake. Impossible. Shangjing is not in the earthquake zone. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that 10 years ago, when he and Ding Liwei colluded to explode Line 35, something similar happened. This time his expression completely changed. As if the event just happened confirmed his speculation. Directly out the window, at the south gate, in the center of the slum, a large piece of land protruded out of the ground by half a meter, the cement road shattered, and then it collapsed back down. The shockwave, like ripples, moved outward from the center in the direction of the giant wall. Swept by the shock wave, the shacks in the slum began to collapse like a small sail in a storm. If it was only half a slum, Wan Peng would not feel so bad. Those refugees were like wild grasses, it would not matter if they died. What really made Wan Peng panic was that standing in the Pan-Asia Cooperation building, he could see that when the shock wave spread to the south gate of the giant wall, the entire area sunk several meters. A corner of the towering wall had already fallen, and in the dust, it was slowly collapsing outward. The entire southern part of Pingan Street was turned into hell. At the same time, hundreds of meters deep underground, Jaeger stood on the turret of the tank and laughed. The scars and wrinkles on his face fused and shook menacingly, highlighting his excitement. Ha 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 ha. Fun. Fun. The gust of wind coming from the subway blew against his face, and even if he was a few kilometers away, he could still feel the heat in the air. General, the radiation index in the subway is rising. From the tank next to him, Smirnov peeked out and yelled in the gusting wind, "Please go back into the tank." To be honest, he was really afraid that his commander would get his head fried by the radiation. Although he also knew that with the injection of nano serum, this level of radiation is nothing at all. Huh, this is great. Tank Battalion 1, on my order. Without any concern about the rising radiation value. Jaeger's fist slammed on the turret, and in the gusting wind, he shouted into his radio. "The treasure of Pan-Asia is in front of us. Throttle to the maximum. Get ready to move." After that, Jaeger sat back in the tank and covered the top cover. The sound of the tank tracks rolling forward began to echo in the subway. Under his command, a dozen tanks bearing the Soviet badge rushed along the subway line. But no one noticed that in the depths of the darkness, the unknown danger was preparing to make a move. 1183 The countless zombies, oh my god. The wall. The wall has collapsed. Fu*K, run. Help. Help, I'm stuck. Aw. My legs. With the giant wall collapsing, the entire south gate turned into living hell. The survivors in ragged clothes rushed out of the slums and ran into the street with horror written all over their faces. They completely paralyzed the traffic there. The rescue vehicles and the freight trucks that were fleeing to the city center were completely jammed together. Affected by the aftermath, the industrial area not far from the slums also suffered a considerable amount of damage. Workers hurriedly moved equipment from the factory buildings as they feared the structurally damaged buildings were going to collapse. The cultists who were moving to the east gate from the stadium looked at the collapsed south gate with horror. Su Tiannan looked at the men next to him and ordered, "Go to the south gate and see what happened there." Yes. As his subordinate ran towards the south gate, the people on the street at the north gate were also panicking because of the collapsed wall. Sura stood in the shadow of the street as he watched the fleeing crowds with indifference, then his figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Not only did the huge wall collapse, but so did the wall in the minds of everyone on Pingan Street. A wall called a sense of security. Because of this explosion that occurred hundreds of meters below, the entire Pingan Street was boiling. After Ding Liwei learned the situation at the south gate, he made a decision immediately. He immediately dispatched the militia group. While he enacted martial law in the city, he also allocated personnel to support the south gate. More than a dozen modified trucks and police armored vehicles dispatched from the west gate and went around the gap in the giant wall of the south gate. The soldiers jumped down from the vehicles and blocked the entrance to prevent zombies and mutants from entering and causing even greater chaos. On the other hand, engineers were sent to rescue the people buried under the rubble. The militia captain Song Chinyu climbed up on the concrete rubble among the ruins of the wall. He gazed at the more active zombies outside as his expression gradually turned more serious. The gap in the wall was half a kilometer wide, and it was impossible to repair this gap in a short amount of time. Barbed wire or other separation walls were possible, but he doubted whether the temporary fortifications could make them sleep well. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, less than 2 hours before it got dark. While the zombies looked slow now, once night arrived, even Deathclaws didn't dare to stand in their ways. The most troublesome thing for him was that for zombies, the breath of the living was the perfect bait. The population of tens of thousands in Pingan Street was just like a bright light in the night sky. He could almost envision what would happen once darkness arrived. Pull up the barbed wire. Be sure to close the gap before it gets dark. The rest of the people go to the warehouse and pull out all the weapons. As he ordered the soldiers to set up a defense line, he also commanded troops to deploy firepower points to clear out the zombies that were close to the city wall. But at this moment, there was an exclamation. "Look! Over there! What is that?" Song Chinyu immediately raised his head and looked at the direction across the street. Soon, his pupils gradually enlarged with a look of horror. At the corner of the street, the zombies formed into groups of 2s and 3s as they stumbled forward and gathered in Pingan Street. Compared to the zombies that stood still on the street, while their movements were still stiff, they showed more aggressiveness towards the street. Perhaps it was his illusion, but from a distance, he faintly saw a red light in the pupils of those zombies. Boom! Like a gust of wind, the bullet rained from the sky and tore the zombies into pieces. Roar! A series of wax-yellow fat exploded. A Roshan covered its head with its stout arms and let out a painful cry. Although the 20mm cannon couldn't penetrate its solid fat, it caused it great pain and slowed it down. The plump body seemed to be scalded by a frying pan, and it looked a bit more hideous than before. The Aurora 20 raised its nose, returned into the clouds, and adjusted its position to prepare for a second round of airstrikes. The previous round of airstrikes cleared a vacuum area of zombies. However, it didn't take long for this vacuum to get filled by new zombies as they slowly gathered in groups and stubbornly moving their stiff legs towards the physician building in the hospital. On top of the building, there were dozens of figures. After the unexplained earthquake occurred, Jiang Chen took his guards and moved to the upper floor of the physician building. Along with them, there were also about 50 female slaves captured by the raiders. At this moment, these people squatted down beside the water tank on the roof without any life in their eyes. They did not have the slightest joy of regaining their freedom, only the confusion of their destiny. In order to prevent them from creating trouble, he also ordered 2 guards to watch over them. On the roof of the physician building, Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the regrouped zombies. If it was just zombies, it would be much easier. But among the zombies, he also saw spitters, throwers, and even Roshans. Under normal circumstances, these zombies appeared in densely populated places before the war, like department stores and subway stations. But now, even in places like Dongqing Hospital was surrounded by a group of dangerous zombies, which made the situation more intriguing. It's getting dark. Jiang Chen looked up as the brightness was disappearing from the horizon. He then looked at Lu Fan next to him and asked, "How long before the helicopter arrives?" In order to prevent the CCCP air defense vehicles from sniping down the airship with the help of the subway line, AS order redeployed to Bohai Bay near Qincheng, about 300 kilometers away from here, after it completed the deployment of the expeditionary force. As a medium-sized transport aircraft, Type 51 transport helicopter possessed very impressive load capacity and high stability, but speed was not its strong point. It would take at least an hour to get from Qincheng to Shangjing. And now, only half an hour had passed. "It's almost here," Lu Fan replied. "Where do you think these zombies came from?" Zhao Qiran asked nervously. "I don't know," Jiang Chen shook his head and said seriously, "Intuition tells me that it must have something to do with the earthquake just now." Zhao Qiran secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, his eyes seemed to be saying, "Does this need intuition? Anyone can see it." It was from the beginning of the earthquake that the entire Shanghai seemed to have changed. The zombies that rarely roamed on the surface, like spitters or throwers, now appeared in clusters. This already explained the severity of the problem. There was just one thing Zhao Qiran couldn't make sense of. Is there any necessary connection between earthquakes and zombies? Do zombies also have intelligence, and in order to avoid earthquakes, they all run to the surface? No, the safest place should be the subway. The Pan-Asia Cooperation Subway is designed according to the specifications of a nuclear bunker. What can earthquakes do? The subway line was completely fine even though the buildings on the ground collapsed. Just as Zhao Qiran contemplated, Jiang Chen opened the holographic map and started searching along the map. Soon, his eyes stopped at the subway station next to Dongqing Hospital. After he examined the subway line of the station, he suddenly spoke. Right, speaking of it, is your ability useful on zombies? Zhao Qiran was taken aback for a moment, then she shook her head. Are you talking about telesthesia? It's useless. Those zombies rely on instinctive actions, they have no consciousness at all. So, Jiang Chen looked thoughtfully in the direction of Pingan Street, but this time, he didn't speak again. Not far away, the horizon had faded into yellow. The shaky red sun was about to fall at any time. Once night falls, the whole world would no longer belong to humans. 1184 treasure map. After 2 rounds of airstrikes, the zombie flood surrounding Dongqing Hospital subsided slightly, the only one Roshan remaining fell victim to 20mm machine guns. With its ammunition exhausted, the Aurora 20 hovered in the air, then returned in the direction of Qingcheng. Although the zombie flood subsided, no one showed any happiness. They all recognized that the situation would not last for too long. With darkness approaching, the zombies would rush to the area like moths rushing to a lamp. Listen, I know that your guards are very strong, but the night is very long. Next to Jiang Chen, Zhao Qiran looked at the street full of limbs outside the wall of Dongqing Hospital and said, "You said there would be helicopters coming to pick us up. How many helicopters do you need to take more than 70 people at once? Or do you intend to leave these loots here?" Zhao Qiran looked at the slaves who were sitting next to the water tank. "There will probably be 2 helicopters," Jiang Chen said. 2 helicopters. Zhao Qiuqi bitterly smiled, walked to the side, and then leaned against the railing on the top of the building. 2 helicopters, can take how many people? Jiang Chen said softly as he gazed at the zombies shaking their heads on the street. Who said I'm leaving? Zhao Qiran took a few more seconds to process the information and looked at Jiang Chen inexplicably. Then you called the helicopters, reinforcement. Jiang Chen stopping gazing at the street and looked back at her. I'm going to hold here. Do you have any good ideas? Hold here. Zhao Qiran looked at Jiang Chen, shocked and confused. Why do you want to hold here? Is there anything else besides garbage? I just asked if you have any good ideas. Jiang Chen shrugged. Well, seeing Jiang Chen did not intend to reveal his plan, Zhao Qiran sighed and gave up the idea to question him further. She then pointed to the courtyard of Dongqing Hospital. You know, because of the existence of the throwers and Roshan, hiding in a narrow building is not a good idea. My suggestion is that we build a fortification at the gate, keep most of the zombies out of the walls, and then eliminate large zombies like the Roshans. Jiang Chen touched his chin and nodded. What about materials? Materials? They're over the place. Zhao Qiran showed a smug look as she looked around to the ruins of the main building. You just need to lend me some hands. She is indeed an experienced lone traveler. Although her equipment was a lot worse compared to Jiang Chen's guards, her survival ability was far superior to anyone from Jiang Chen's side. From the roof of the building back to the ground, everyone first cleared the zombies left in the courtyard. Then, under Zhao Qiran's command, all the 19 guards except Lu Fan began to move bricks. With the strong load-bearing capacity of the kinetic skeleton, the reinforced concrete blocks marked by Zhao Qiran with a marker were moved to the door from the ruins of the main building, and then under her command, a bunker was somehow built. Not only was a movable door created, but there were holes left for shooting. To prevent the throwers from tossing in baby bombs, she made a few forks out of steel and placed them in front of the shooting holes. The hospital wall itself was very high, as long as they managed to hold the main gate, at least from the main building to their current building, there was no need to worry about other zombies. They just need to be cautious of Roshan approaching their bunker. Or else, it should not be difficult to hold this place down. Just as Zhao Qiran began to build a tower, Jiang Chen took Lu Fan to the side and opened the holographic map on his watch. I just said that we have to hold this place. Now I'm going to tell you why I am doing this. Because Dongqing Hospital is the entrance to line 27. Lu Fan replied before Jiang Chen spoke. Not bad. Jiang Chen applauded and nodded. You're making good progress. Lu Fan smiled and embarrassedly touched his forehead. After clearing his throat, Jiang Chen tapped on the holographic screen, and all of the more than 40 subway lines in Shangjing were highlighted. What do you see now? Shangjing subway map. Lu Fan frowned. This is a treasure map, one of which has an entrance to subway line 0, which is the treasure of the Pan-Asia cooperation. Jiang Chen took out the card he won at the auction from his pocket. The key is in our hands, but we are not the only holder of the key, and opening the door with a key is not the only way to get to the treasure. Now a group of robbers is underground, and they are choosing to use explosives to clear the way. It was not an earthquake just now. Lu Fan looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. There is no doubt that the Russians did it, and they used nukes. Only nukes could damage civil defense facilities to this scale. Also, they must have tactical nuclear bombs equivalent to at least 10,000 TNT. Jiang Chen put away the card. If we follow D&D rules, since there are dungeons and treasures, there must be monsters and traps. Obviously, the idiots blasted a passage with a nuke, but they also released some unwanted things. Lu Fan would like to ask what the dungeons, treasures, and D&D rules meant, but seeing the general was so engaged, he put away those thoughts for now. So, what should we do now? Lu Fan asked. What should we do? Of course, it is to find the treasure before everyone else, and at the very least before the Russians. Is that our target? Lu Fan forced a smile. Of course. Jiang Chen's fingers tapped on a few more points on the map, and the 3 subway lines, line 35, line 27, and line 2, were separately marked. Line 27 passes through the south gate of Pingan Street and passes through Dongqing Hospital. It is connected to line 2 and line 35 inside the 3rd Ring Road. Line 35 is the subway line where the Russians are located. Line 2 passes through Pingan Street, then heads east. What are the mysteries of these 3 subway lines? Lu Fan looked at the holographic map and frowned. Line 2 passes directly below the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. Use your imagination, what kind of subway line will pass under the political center of the Pan-Asia Cooperation? When Lu Fan heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes gradually brightened up, as if he had captured a hint in his head. Jiang Chen did not wait for Lu Fan to digest this information, he pointed to line 35 and continued. The only thing we can confirm now is that the Russians detonated the explosives on line 35, not only blasting an entrance but also blasting a subway line stuffed with dangerous mutants and zombies. I'm afraid now, lines 35, 27, and 2 are all packed with zombies. How can we get in? Lu Fan said with the skin on his head crawling. We have power armors, Jiang Chen said, looking at Lu Fan. And hence why I called reinforcements. Even with power armors, it would not be an easy task to create a path among zombies. But since he learned the secret of line 0, he would not let it slip away from him. I still have another point I don't understand. Go ahead. What are the D&D rules? Jiang Chen looked at him silently and then looked away. Forget about it. The atmosphere felt a little stuffy. Lu Fan touched the back of his head, forced an awkward laugh, and then nodded. Okay. Before the sky turned dark, 2 transport helicopter 51s arrived at Dongqing Hospital. In addition to the 8 soldiers in power armors, 2 supply boxes filled with ammunition dropped down. Without staying too long, the 2 helicopters that unloaded were soon off again and flew in the direction of AS order for the second batch of reinforcements. Zhao Qiran looked very calm when she saw the 8 power armors, and the 2 helicopters disappearing into the horizon. At least on the surface, she was not as surprised as she was before. Since she already witnessed the fighter and the electromagnetic pulse cannon that lifted a building with just 1 shot, power armors and helicopters just did not seem as impressive. She was no longer shocked by the weapons she saw. She walked to the supply box and replaced her submachine gun with the more powerful Ripper rifle. Adjusting her grip on the rifle, it took a while before she finally strapped it behind her. Then she looked at Jiang Chen, impressed. I am looking forward to my future life in Wanghai more and more. Why? Jiang Chen asked. How rich do you have to be to put this rifle in the supply box like a cabbage? If you sell this in Pingan Street Market, the 20 Rippers in your box would at least go for 100 crystals. The more worthless. When he picked up a rifle and a magazine from the box, he said casually. And I advise you not to expect too much. Or else you may become disappointed and blame me. Why? Zhao Qiu asked. It's not easy to find a job at 6th Street, at least for lone travelers. I'm not working for you. Did I say I was going to hire you? After the bunker and the watchtower were built, the sky was completely dark. 20 guards were divided into 3 groups. They each took turns patrolling around the bunker and the watchtower, looking for any approaching zombies. The rest of the people used dry branches and alcohol bottles and ignited a few campfires on the open space, trying to get some heat. Even the women who were rescued by Jiang Chen from the raiders got a few campfires set up for them while they sat numbly in the night. Perhaps it was because of the temperature of the fire. A lot of numb eyes began to have some warmth in them. However, Jiang Chen did not notice this subtle change. Sitting in front of the fire, Jiang Chen was yawning out of boredom. He twisted open the cap of a nutrient supply while he thought. It would be perfect to have some barbecue and beer. Of course, it was just wishful thinking. They were not a military base of the NAC. Without a warehouse full of food to cover for him, even with his own confidants by him, he could not just conveniently take food out of the storage dimension. Just as he was beginning to feel bored, a situation began to stir by the gate. He tossed away the empty tube, sat up, and patted his pants. I will go and take a look. I'm going with you. Seeing Jiang Chen get up, Lu Fan followed Jiang Chen to the entrance of the courtyard. At the entrance of the hospital, a man in a leather armor stood on the street not far from the courtyard gate. There was also a worn truck parked far behind him. Don't shoot. We are not malicious. The man carefully placed his gun on the ground, raised his hands over his head, and walked toward the main entrance of Dongqing Hospital. He was very nervous. Now that the sky was completely dark, God knows how many zombies were in the vicinity. Who are you? On the top of the bunker, Zhao Qiuran narrowed her eyes and pointed her rifle at him. What are you doing here? I am a trader from Haizhou and I'm in the fur business. I can give you 10%. No, 20% of my goods. I just ask that you let me stay here until dawn. The man noticed Zhao Qiuran's vigilance and pleaded, I swear, we are not malicious. When the day is bright, we will leave immediately. If you don't trust us, we can sleep in the corner. Zhao Qiuran wanted to refuse, but Jiang Chen's voice came from behind. Open the door and let them in. But, Jiang Chen did not want to say anything more to Zhao Qiuran and looked at Lu Fan instead. As his captain for many years, Lu Fan immediately understood Jiang Chen. He walked up to Zhao Qiuran and glanced at the man outside the door. You can keep your goods. Our benevolent boss allows you to come into our asylum. But if you dare to have any other thoughts, I'll make sure you regret coming into this world. No, not at all, the man said while sweating profusely. The fortifications were already built and of course, the truck would not be able to enter, but zombies were only interested in people, so they just needed to park the vehicle away from the zombies' path. The man returned to the truck and ordered the 4 people that looked like guards to park the truck on the side of the road. Then he walked through the small door next to the bunker and entered the hospital. Immediately when they entered, they voluntarily handed over their weapons. Anyone who saw the 8 power armors would have made the same choice. In front of the power armor, a rifle would be no different than a matchstick. The 4 trader guards were placed at the campfire near the gate, and the man in the leather armor followed Lu Fan to the campfire where Jiang Chen was. "What is your name?" Jiang Chen asked. "Lu Wendy." "Can I sit here?" "Go ahead." "Thank you." When the man sat on the opposite side of Jiang Chen, he noticed the women several fires away and curiously asked Jiang Chen. "They are your slaves?" "No, they're my loot," Jiang Chen joked. The man was clearly shocked by this response. He gulped and moved his butt back a little. Jiang Chen laughed and did not explain further. He picked up a branch from the side and fiddled with the kindling in the fire. "Why didn't you go to Pingan Street? Are you not afraid of zombies or raiders?" "We also wanted to go to Pingan Street, but something happened there." Lu Wendy smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen stopped fiddling with the fire and looked at him while he casually asked. "Oh. What happened there?" "The south gate has collapsed." Jiang Chen paused. "Collapsed? The south gate?" Lu Wendy nodded repeatedly. He looked extremely bitter and powerless. "The gap is around half a kilometer wide. Half of the slums also collapsed. Now the entire Pingan Street is a big mess. The militia has placed Pingan Street under lockdown and is only permitting people to exit. No one can enter regardless of how many crystals they pay." He came all the way from Haizhou just to sell the fur on the truck to Shangjing, hoping to profit before the winter. However, now the entire Pingan Street was under martial law. He did not know how long the situation would last. It was quite dangerous to leave the goods outside, even if the Survivors Alliance had a convention that does not allow people to kill people within the Third Ring Road. This convention had never been enacted outside the wall of Pingan Street. He even made up his mind. If the situation did not improve, he would pull the goods back to Haizhou. As for the 4 guards who were barely equipped, they really did not make a difference. With a sigh, Lu Wendy took a nutrient supply from his bag and drank it with his eyes closed. Just then, the roar of the engine came from afar. Lu Wendy looked up at the sky, and 2 glaring white lights beamed down. The sight made him almost throw away the nutrient supply in his hand as he immediately stood up from the ground. "What is that?" "That?" Jiang Chen looked at the sky and smiled. "My helicopter." "Helicopter? Yours?" Lu Wendy felt that his mind could not comprehend this. "Yes. Right, I haven't told you my name yet." Jiang Chen tossed the branch into the fire, clapped his hands, stood up, and patted the ash off of his trousers. "As if nothing happened," he said, "you can call me Jiang Chen." 1186 The bloodshed under the wall. This night in Pingan Street was destined to be a sleepless night. Pairs of hollow eyes, like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, focused on the bustling Pingan Street from the darkness. In a loud roar that broke the silence, they all turned crimson. The zombies began to move in hobbled steps. The pairs of skinny but powerful hands extended forward desperately, rushing toward the gap in the giant wall. Roar! The screams resounded through the street and the rapid gunshots formed a slaughter symphony. The soldiers gritted their teeth and weaved bullet nets with machine guns and rifle bullets in an attempt to repel the zombies. However, a net could trap river waves, but not the rolling sea. Zombies were constantly falling down, but there were more zombies stepping over the corpses. They felt no pain and feared no death. Soon, on the empty street was filled with zombies rushing in. The front line was forced to retrieve to the first barbed wires that were pulled along the street outside the giant wall. A cluster of flames flickered behind the line of defense. Like dying candles in the wind, they were ready to be blown out at any moment. *K, there are too many of them. Using a bayonet on a rifle to stab a zombie stuck on the barbed wire, a soldier in a chemical protective suit flicked the thick blood on the bayonet and pushed the bayonet forward again, piercing 5 more throats. Use a bayonet. Stab them in the neck and face. Don't let them get stuck to the wires. *K. Damn it. More and more zombies had ripped the barbed wires with their teeth and nails and were letting out hoarse roars at the soldiers. However, what really threatened the safety of the line of defense was not the tears, but the zombies that were increasingly crowding the barbed wires. Of course, they couldn't tear the strong steel wire, but they could crush the entire wall by sheer quantity. The firepower of the frontline soldiers became sparser. It was meaningless to shoot anymore. The zombies in the front were dead, and they were pressed against the barbed wires by the zombies behind them like a meat shield. The engineers quickly stepped forward and threw heavy objects such as sandbags and garbage bags behind the iron mesh. However, everyone knew that this method couldn't stop them for long. The only thing that could completely block zombies was a huge wall, but the giant wall behind them had fallen. Their offense is too fierce. Ammunition. I need ammunition. Get me the ammunition box. On the tower, the machine gunners who were suppressing the zombies in the back stopped shooting and cursed at the logistics soldiers. We have to wait a while for more ammunition. The supply car is on the way. You must hold on for a bit longer, the logistics soldier said while sweating. King hold. How do I hold without bullets? Shoot you. The supply of ammunition was not optimistic, and in less than an hour, the machine gun tower that was unleashing firepower became silent. Without the machine gun to suppress the zombies in the back, the zombies were getting more and more fierce. The barbed wires were already howling under heavy fatigue and many places were bent and screws were getting popped off. The soldiers stabbing at the rotten meat began to fear and retreated. On the wall that had yet to collapse, Song Chinyu looked at the situation on the front line and his eyebrows twisted. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the wall and he ordered the officer behind him. We can't wait any longer, get the kamikaze squad to go. The expression of the officer who heard the order turned serious. He saluted and stood upright. Roger. The deafening broadcast sounded. On the front line, soldiers wearing chemical protective suits began to evacuate from the edge of the barbed wires. At the same time, a group of people wearing armor shaped like football players passed by the retreating soldiers. They carried a chainsaw with both hands and stepped on the battlefield from behind the line of defense. The line of sight behind the tempered glass and iron mesh mask did not show the slightest fear, and their advancement did not show the slightest hesitation. They were all refugees from the slums. Before the armor was welded, they were injected with an agent that dissipated their fears. Behind them was a temporarily built, 2 people tall concrete wall and many places had yet to solidify. However, this seemingly unreliable wall was the last line of defense on Pingan Street. They must hold the line before the engineers build the 3rd protective wall. Otherwise, everything they had accomplished would go to waste. Prepare. The barbed wires gradually collapsed. They stood in a row behind the barbed wire and like medieval knights, they raised the chainsaw in their hands. Kill. The growls seemed to dispel the fear in them, and the chainsaw in their hands pushed forward. At the same time, they pressed the switch. The roaring chainsaw spurred forward. Only brief contact was needed for a zombie to lose a limb. The minced meat and solidified blood danced in the air. Even survivors who were used to the cruelty of the world would vomit. However, the kamikaze squad members in hell showed only numbness in their eyes. For normal zombies, the row of handheld chainsaws was far more effective than rifles, machine guns, and even mortars. However, the kamikaze squad was about to face a nightmare with the more dangerous mutants. Ah! There was a scream. A skinny zombie flexibly clung to the head of a kamikaze member. Its sharp claws pierced through the fragile guard's neckline within a single second. The stick-like limp penetrated his collarbone and pulled out the contents inside his stomach and intestines. In 2 breaths' time. The cruelty of the death was abnormal, and the emotion of fear began to overwhelm everyone. Someone shouted. It's a night demon. Night demon. As the name suggested, it was a zombie-type mutant that only appeared at night. Although its power and defense were not strong, its terrifying speed and aggressive attack techniques make it one of the most frightening zombies. It was considered even more fearsome than the Roshan. In particular, its ability to analyze weaknesses was insane, as his claws could always find the most vulnerable places to penetrate. The line of defense formed by the football team was quickly folded like paper in front of the night zombies. Then they, along with their roaring chainsaws, drowned in the sea of zombies. Only 10 minutes passed since the zombies broke through the barbed wires and collapsed their line of defense. While they were completely eliminated, the sacrifice of these cheap pawns still gained Pingon Street valuable time to consolidate its defense. The retreating soldiers stepped onto the protective wall, took the ammunition from the hands of the logistics soldiers, and began to fire from their machine guns on the shooting tower again. However, they still faced immense pressure because dangerous species were appearing in the zombie flood. Not just night demons, but also Roshans, and throwers tossing infant bombs. Standing on the giant wall, Song Chinyu looked down at the battlefield with a gloomy expression. At this moment, a soldier ran up, breathless. "Report, reinforcements, reinforcements have arrived, and supplies have been successfully sent to the soldiers." The logistics department said that they are adding orders to the military factory, and the second batch of ammunition will be sent soon. Leader Ding has personally issued an order for us to hold on to the line of defense. Where are the NAC's reinforcements? Why are they so silent? Song Chinyu said, gnashing his teeth. Also, where is Leader Ding? As the leader, why isn't he showing his face during this critical moment? However, as a subordinate of Ding Liwei, these words could only be hidden in his mind. I don't know, there seem to be zombies at the north gate. They are now being surrounded, don't they have planes? Song Chinyu snarled. The soldier stuttered and was unable to provide a response. Why did the NAC not lend a helping hand at the juncture of this crisis? It was not something people at his level would know. Under the giant wall, the zombies were still frantically biting the defense line of Pingon Street guards. Many mercenaries and hunters had also stepped onto the wall to aid the effort. Song Chinyu tightly clenched his fist as he fixated his sight at the endless waves of zombies. He could only pray that the last line of defense could last till dawn. On 1187, the non-existent -21st floor, the elevator went straight down the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. Wan Peng stood in the elevator and looked at the floor number decreasing. Gloom was all over his face. Bad news came from one after another. Sura was not caught, and the bodies of several men in black were found in the trash can outside North Street. The card that flowed out of the auction was not recovered, and the men in black sent out to pursue that card likely would not come back either. Now, the Russians had detonated nukes underground. Not only did they demolish the blockage that took them 6 months to build 10 years ago between the intersection of lines 35 and 27, but they also collapsed the giant wall that was over half a kilometer long. As the giant wall fell, Pingon Street was forced to be on the edge of survival. Even if it survived today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? The tens of meters high wall was not built in a day or two. At the start, when Leader Ding and the other Survivor Alliance heads joined together, the wall took them over 6 years to build. In addition, they only became prosperous after they completed this wall and moved into Pingon Street. Now, without interference, it would take more than half a year to fix this wall. If CCCP invaded them during this time, he could not wait any longer. Or, the leaders of the entire Survivors Alliance could not wait any longer. After voting, they unanimously passed Plan B, start Line 0 ahead of time. If there was a powerful weapon of mass destruction inside, all problems would be solved. In the elevator, Wan Peng edited several short messages with his EP and sent it to his subordinates. He made detailed arrangements for all matters over the next 3 days. The elevator crossed the -20th floor but did not stop, it continued down. After 5 minutes, the elevator finally stopped a few hundred meters below ground at the -21st floor not shown on the elevator. Yes, the well-known Pan-Asia Cooperation Building did not just have a negative 20th floor. By pressing the floor in a specific order, an emergency evacuation procedure would be initiated. It would allow the key personnel in the elevator to move beyond the negative 20th floor and into the negative 21st floor hundreds of meters below. The negative 21st floor of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building was located outside of Line 27. The subway could be accessed via a special passage not open to the public. The entrance to the legendary Line 0 was located inside Line 2. Wang Peng heard the secret of the negative 21st floor from a former senior official of Pan-Asia Cooperation before he boarded the ship. The news of the legendary Line 0 was also from the same person. But unfortunately, even at his level, he was unable to learn about the contents hidden in Line 0. 10 years ago, after he learned about the secret of the negative 21st floor, Wang Peng, Ding Liwei, and the others discussed and immediately started the transformation of Line 27. They began moving explosives underground, and it took a full 6 months to collapse the intersection of Line 27 and Line 35. Now, because of those Russians, their efforts from 10 years ago were all in vain. After Wang Peng left the elevator, more than a dozen men in black waited at the door, and Lu Sen stepped forward half a step and respectfully said, "Boss." Wang Peng nodded to Lu Sr., "How are the preparations going?" "We're ready," Lu Sen replied. Wang Peng nodded and walked down the stairs. At the end of the stairs was a small platform. Next to the platform, there was an unnumbered mini version of maglev train. It was mini because it only had 4 compartments in total. At the door of the train, the man in the windbreaker was carrying a suitcase. From his impatient look and the way he constantly examined his watch, he had clearly been waiting for a long time. "You are late," Su Xiang said as he watched Wang Peng walk towards him. "Took a bit longer to get down than expected." "I hope that leader Ding can wait for a bit longer," Su Xiang shrugged. "Well, he has to wait regardless, the card is with me," Wang Peng said expressionlessly. "Don't talk nonsense, let's get moving." The group boarded the maglev train. The track that had been silent for many years was turned back on. The signal lit up. Soon, with the efforts of the 2 drivers, the train slowly moved and then began to accelerate. As he was sitting beside the window and staring at the darkness outside, Wang Peng suddenly laughed. "What's wrong?" Su Xiang, who sat across from him, asked. "Nothing, just that it is very interesting." "Oh. I didn't expect that the escape passage those Bast *RD officials didn't get to use are now being used by us." When he stared into the unfathomable darkness, Wang Peng grinned. Soon, the train arrived at Line 2, and Wang Peng's unsettled heart finally relaxed. To be honest, he was really afraid of the Russians who did not follow common sense and decided to create another hole in the wall of Line 27. If that happened, then it would not be Ding Liwei waiting for him, but the CCCP tanks. But now it seemed that his concern was irrational. Although he did not know where the Russian went, at least they were not on Line 2. However, just as he was completely relaxed, an alarm began to ring in the train, and the warning logo replaced the speed on the holographic screen. With a series of deafening screeching sounds, the train suddenly slowed down and eventually stopped. Letting go of the tightly gripped handle, Su Xiang looked at the holographic screen and frowned. "Smoke detector. I'm going to see who smoked." Wang Peng stood up in a gloomy manner. "I'm afraid that no one smoked," Su Xiang quickly stopped him. He looked extremely serious. Someone hacked into the smoke alarm system of the train and started the emergency braking procedure. At this time, the door opened, and Lu Sen came in, confused. "Boss, what's the situation?" "I wanted to ask you," Wang Peng said with gloom in his eyes, "someone triggered the smoke alarm." Lu Sen was sweating and clarified. "Boss, the boys are all in their seats, no one dares to smoke now." Wang Peng did not respond but looked at Su Xiang. "What should we do now?" "Security permissions are in the hands of the hackers. If they can stop the train once, then they can stop it a second time. It doesn't make sense for us to stay here, Su Xiang sighed and stood up. Let's walk. It's not far. Wan Peng nodded. It's the only solution. The driver tried to start the train for the last time, but it did not work. In desperation, the group had to abandon the train. The two men in black next to Wan Peng stepped forward, took out burning rods, and ignited them. The rods made the tunnel look less dark. Like this, the group walked along the magnetic levitation track line toward the other end of the tunnel. However, at this moment, there was a sound of bullets being fired. Lu Sen was quick to react as he pushed his boss. A silver light passed through Wan Peng's previous position. He only heard Su Xiang's agonizing voice behind him as Su Xiang covered his chest before collapsing. Just barely missing death, Wan Peng's heart pounded so fast that it was about to stop. Due to the unexpected situation, and the two men in black immediately tossed their burning rods to the front. At the same time, they stood in front of their boss, took out two submachine guns from under their suit, and locked in. The burning rods spewed orange-red sparks. The sound of the rods burning was so clear in the empty tunnel. The silence of death lingered in everyone's mind. Just then, there were footsteps in front of them. A figure casually walked out from the dark tunnel before it stopped at the edge of darkness. Wan Peng's pupils contracted. Who is it? 1188. The gunshots in the subway in a dimly lit basement of Pingan Street. Greyhound's hands left the keyboard as he breathed out a sigh of relief. After more than 10 hours of intense battle, he was on the verge of collapsing, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Breaking into the security system of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building was not an easy task. It was difficult even today when there had been no security personnel for over 30 years. Just then, he heard the voice of his old boss. Brother, thank you. No need, I can only do so much. In short, Luo, good luck. The communication was cut off and old Luo came out of the shadows. Orange-red flames sparkled from the burning rods. In front of him was a group of men in black suits with automatic rifles in their hands. And the one surrounded by those men was one of his targets. Wan Peng, Manager Wan. Who is it? Who is it? At the edge of the light, old Luo laughed and looked at Wan Peng with a sneer. You've been looking for me for so long and now you don't know me? Wan Peng's expression changed. He took 2 steps back, gestured to his subordinates, then he said with menace. Get rid of him. Gunshots sounded at the same time. Dad-ada, 14 guns spewed out bullets simultaneously and created a bright web of fire in the dark tunnel. However, old Luo just smiled. The moment the bullets appeared, high-pressure nitrogen gas spewed out and formed a gas wall in front of him. The bullets looked like they were in water. They rolled to the side in the shield made of high-pressure nitrogen and didn't even touch his clothes. Wan Peng's pupils narrowed. When a man in black saw the scene, he immediately pulled out a grenade from his waist and tossed it in old Luo's direction. Old Luo was unfazed as he watched the grenade that was flying towards him. The scalpel-like dagger fell into his hand from his sleeve. He disappeared, then reappeared again. Before the grenade exploded, he had already disappeared from his original position. The moment he disappeared, Lu Sen's pupil suddenly shrank. He felt an ominous sign as he hurriedly raised his rifle. Ding! Almost at the same time, his hands felt an immense force that made his wrists numb. The slender dagger penetrated the side of the rifle and even cut off the metal muzzle. And then, the other men in black were not so lucky. Just listening to the muffled growl, the 4 men standing next to him fell backward. There was a dagger slit on their suits and bright blood flowers began blooming. Back! Back! Defensive formation. Lu Sen roared while throwing away the broken rifle and pulling out his pistol. After making sure Manager Wan was behind them, the men in black used their firepower to suppress the lightning-speed old Luo who rushed forward as they moved back. But it was obvious the bullets were not effective. In just 2 breaths of time, old Luo closed the 10 meters distance. Then 2 silver rays flickered and without being able to scream, 2 more fell. Ah! The silver ray appeared, and another man in black fell down as he held his throat. Lu Sen's scalp felt numb as he watched his men who died one after another. He was too fast. No, this speed was unhuman. Clank, the sound of bullets being stuck. The gunshots suddenly stopped, and a terrifying silence lingered between the remaining 3. The smoke of the muzzle dissipated, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down Lu Sen's forehead as he slightly retreated half a step. His struggle could be seen in his eyes. Do I have to use that move? Against the last pistol, old Luo stopped stepping forward. His emotionless eyes scanned Lu Sen holding the pistol and stopped on Wanpeng. He then revealed a sly expression. Is that all your men have got? And you want the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation? Wanpeng unclenched his fists and looked directly at old Luo. He was calmer as he responded. How did you get in here? Do you still have time to care about this? Old Luo raised an eyebrow and said with a sneer. There is more than one entrance to the escape route. You, an ordinary person, could enter. How can a former Pan-Asia Cooperation Intelligence Agency personnel not get in? I see, Wanpeng nodded and looked at him. But I still don't understand one point. Oh. Why are you guys always so annoying? Wanpeng closed his eyes, squeezed this sentence from his teeth, and his voice was filled with irresistible hatred. We are the ones that established order on this wasteland. We are the ones who saved the survivors who were struggling in the ruins, but you're just cowards who escaped from your mistakes. Why are you interfering with our choice? Gazing at the cursing Wanpeng, old Luo said emotionlessly. An order is an order. There is nothing to explain. After 50 years, Line 0 will naturally open. It will reproduce the glory of Pan-Asia on this wasteland. That is the decision of the Pan-Asia Parliament. You don't understand, so just obey. Then you understand. Wanpeng stared at him. I don't understand, old Luo shook his head. There is no need to understand. Because an order was an order. Obedience was the duty of the soldier. Wanpeng was silent. After a while, he took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Lu Sr., Roger, boss. Lu Sen responded with a grimace, and all the fear in his eyes disappeared. Dropping the pistol in his hands jerked forward. In an instant, his pupils turned into a crimson red. All his veins popped up, his bones cracked, and his muscles swelled at an incredible speed. FEV virus? Old Luo seemed to be intrigued by the changes of Lu Sen. I didn't expect that today. 20 years later, there is someone who can control the FEV virus. To be honest, you surprised me. Lu Sen's expression was vicious as he pumped his fists together. Cruelly, he said. You will be even more surprised. Suddenly, from his neck, a layer of darkness gradually covered his whole body. A sea of bones formed under the giant wall. The zombie's body formed a diagonal slope under the protective wall. The fire reflected countless distorted faces, and the soldiers standing on the protective wall desperately held on to the machine guns while they shot at the zombies rushing up. However, these zombies were like ants, impossible to completely eliminate. The wall can't hold any longer. Where are the reinforcements? What? 200 riflemen are on the way. Fu*K, where is our power armors? What? Not here. Fu*K, as he ended the communication, Song Qinyu anxiously looked at the battlefield under the giant wall with a hazy expression on his face. The reinforcements of the NAC did not arrive, and the officials of Survivors Alliance went missing. Now the power armors of the militia group had also disappeared. To save this mess, they could only rely on themselves. However, they still had more than 6 hours until dawn. His fists clenched, loosened, and clenched again. He slammed his fist on the wall, pulled the intercom system, and shouted. "Dump the fuel. Burn." Swoosh. Above Dongqing Hospital, two Aurora 20s crossed path for a brief second in the air before they whizzed away. The 20mm machine gun was like two hoes that plowed the entire concrete street. Then two incendiary bombs were dropped from the air and exploded over the zombies. They engulfed the mess all over the ground in a sea of fire. Lu Wendy watched the blazing fire in silence as he became completely dumbfounded. Just 10 minutes ago, when the flood of zombies rushed to the hospital, he thought he was dead. And now, he finally understood why Jiang Chen told him that help was unnecessary. Next to him, the four guards he brought shared the same expression. They were already prepared for the worst, to engage in direct combat with the zombies, but now their concern seemed excessive. The flames gradually extinguished. The zombies that were previously stopped by the burning flame took advantage of the fighters' time to resupply and swarmed in again. More than a dozen newly deployed power armors stood on the protective wall, and the minigun barrels spewed out violent tongues of fire as they created a dense firepower net that intertwined on the chaotic street. The rest of the soldiers also set up light machine guns and fired at the zombies at the entrance of the street. Rows of zombies fell down like wheat being harvested, but more zombies swarmed in one after another. Sheik, there was an awful-sounding agony. With its huge belly, the zombie stopped stumbling, and pulled out a baby zombie that was making weird noises from its belly, spun him in her arm, and then tossed the baby to the bunker at the entrance of Dongqing Hospital. Boom! The baby zombie instantly exploded, and the corrosive venom burned the concrete and formed white smoke along with pungent smells. However, it did not hurt the guards behind the bunker. Just as the thrower was about to throw a second baby bomb, blood blossoms exploded on its head as it fell down backward under inertia. Zhao Qiuran's left foot stepped on the wall as she swung her hair, loaded the rifle, and continued to aim at the next target. Although the battle conditions inside and outside the courtyard wall were tense, everything was still under control. Not considering the power armors on the protective wall, on the AS order more than 200 kilometers away, the electromagnetic pulse cannon was locked and loaded and could fire at any second for emergencies. Also, two Aurora 20s were in the air to provide cover fire as they dropped incendiary bombs to clear the battlefield. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for zombies to break through the NAC defenses. What's more, most of the zombies were drawn to Pingan Street a few kilometers away. Behind the battlefield, engineers had built simple barracks. In the barracks, Jiang Chen was looking at the holographic map as he carefully examined the two subway lines. Although it had been determined that the entrance of Line 0 was in Line 27 or Line 2, the length of these two subway lines was not short, and it was still a mystery where the entrance was. The mysterious seller only auctioned the ID card used as the key, but he did not auction together the treasure map. Just as Jiang Chen was phased out while he stared at the lines, a NAC officer walked into the barracks, stood next to Jiang Chen, and saluted. "General. What's going out?" He withdrew his gaze from the holographic map, looked at the officer, and asked. "The frontline command on Pingan Street bypassed the Survivors Alliance and sent us a distress signal. It seems that their line of defense is almost broken." The officer reported. "Bypassed the Survivors Alliance and sent us a distress signal." Jiang Chen frowned. "What is the reaction of the Alliance?" "There is no reaction," the officer shook his head. According to reliable sources, after the wall collapsed, the senior leaders of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance headed by Ding Liwei and Wan Peng disappeared together, and even the power armor company of the 2nd Militia disappeared with them. Disappeared? Jiang Chen immediately turned his head and moved his eyes back to the holographic map. When his gaze stopped on Line 27 that passed under the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, his pupils contracted slightly. He reached out, then clicked on the holographic screen and switched to the contact list. After he selected Li Wang, he put his hand on the headset and said in a deep voice. The situation has changed, immediately send reinforcements to the south gate of Pingon Street. In addition, I need a helicopter and a set of power armor. After he ended the call, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the officer. You said, the troops of Pingon Street bypassed the alliance and sent us a distress signal? Yes. The officer nodded. I want to get in touch with their frontline commander now, is there any good way to do so? The fire gradually extinguished. Most of the zombie corpses piled up like a mountain were burned away, and the remaining ashes and residues turned into dust in the cold evening wind. The zombies that stopped because of the fire once again started to move as they swarmed toward the wall. There were constantly zombies falling down, and zombies constantly stepping on the backs of their predecessors with their arms extended towards the soldiers on the protective wall, scratching indiscriminately. Ha! With his rifle pointed at the zombie under the wall, a soldier pulled his trigger desperately, but his barrel was caught by a thin arm. He was pulled down from the wall and the protective uniform that he wore was like thin paper in front of the sharp claws as his life quickly faded. One by one baby zombies flew to the wall, to the guard tower, to the ground, and beside the soldiers, and from time to time someone fell in the highly corrosive acid. More than 2,000 defenders, plus more than 2,000 reinforcements from the militia, Sunday Club, and other survivors. However, now, there were less than 2,000 people left. In order to fill the half-kilometer defense line gap, Song Qinyu had mobilized the survivors of Pingon Street for the third time, promised heavy rewards to the mercenaries and hunters, AMD convinced them to deploy to the wall. As for if the Shangjing Survivors Alliance really possessed crystals after the 10 million payment to NAC, he could no longer care. If they could not get through this current challenge, Pingon Street would become history. However, Song Qinyu realized in despair that even if the mercenaries and hunters joined the battle, it was still a drop in the bucket to the current situation. A very serious question was posed before him. The ammunition reserve was almost depleted. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the silent night sky. Many people looked up, and then uttered surprised shouts. Look! It's an airplane! Countless desperate eyes gradually turned into joy of survival. The morale that had fallen to the bottom of the valley was once again reignited. Fear was swept away from everyone's heart, and the mercenaries and hunters who had originally planned to flee also picked up their courage and fired at the zombies. Song Qinyu looked at the sky, and his face was full of disbelief. Originally, when the messenger explained to him that the agreement reached between the senior officials of the Survivors Alliance and the NAC only applied to the CCCP, he no longer had any hope. Thus, he didn't expect the NAC to actually send reinforcements. In his excitement, tears filled his eyes. At this moment, the communication request prompt sounded from his headset. He rubbed the corner of his eyes, and pressed the on button. Hello. I am General Jiang Chen of the NAC, if I guessed correctly, you should have seen reinforcements by now. Song Qinyu hurriedly said, Thank you. Thank you so much. I represent all the survivors of Pingon Street, you don't have to say thank you, you know that it doesn't make much sense to us. Jiang Chen stopped him, and continued, Our people can help you solve all the troubles in front of you, and even in the future. But you know, this is reinforcement outside of the agreement, and there is no free lunch in the world. We only promised to help you deal with the CCCP and did not promise to kill zombies for you. Song Qinyu swallowed, and he subtly noticed something was off. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped aside and said in a low voice. The Shangjing Survivor Alliance Council is not here right now, I can't make a decision. No, you didn't understand what I meant. Jiang Chen shook his head, I'm not asking about the opinions of the Shanghai Survivors Alliance, but the opinions of you and all your soldiers. Join us, this is the only condition for you to get reinforcements, Jiang Chen said without concealment. Chapter 1190 Carbonization. With the help of the swaying flame from the burning rod, old Luo noticed the abnormal change on his body. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his hands moved. Silver rays flickered and formed a net in the air as it flew to Lu Sen, who had undergone an unexpected change. But Lu Sen did not attempt to dodge, he grinned cruelly instead and extended his hands forward. "Huh, it's too late." Ding! There was a series of clanging sounds, accompanied by a sound of metal being scratched. The silver rays seemed to be hitting a steel wall as they bounced off Lu Sen's body. They did not hurt him. A trace of caution appeared in old Luo's eyes, and his original disdain was swept away. "Lead? It's carbonization." Lu Sen laughed loudly, then he snarled. He dragged his enlarged body, and rushed toward old Luo. "Go to hell." With a punch that carried a huge air current, it blasted towards old Luo with the agility that did not match Lu Sen's giant size. Old Luo seemed unfazed. He quickly took 2 steps back and 2 silver blades rolled down his sleeves. He then threw them at Lu Sen's face. However, he obviously underestimated Lu Sen's strength. Lu Sen reached for the 2 flying blades and slapped them out of the air without any suspense, and then kicked up and landed directly on old Luo's chest. Omph! As if he was hit by a train, old Luo made a muffled cry as he flew backward, like a broken kite, and smashed into the hard subway tunnel wall. Lu Sen menacingly smiled as he watched old Luo on the ground. He pulled off his tightened shirt and revealed his darkened muscles. Humans can't beat mutants. After a few dry coughs, old Luo got up from the ground, shook his dizzy head, and looked at Lu Sen, who was grinning menacingly. 2 daggers slipped down from his cuffs, and the silver light danced and formed a hail of blades between his palms. Electric sparks jumped in his hair and crackled in the air. "Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary person." Boom! The fighter whizzed by from low altitude, and the cannon roared. Zombies were harvested one after another, and incendiary bombs soon followed. A Roshan roared and threw half-destroyed street lamps, stones, and billboards into the sky. The night demon howled and fell in the rising flames. "Hold on. Reinforcements are coming soon." Song Chinyu shouted into the headset that connected to the soldiers on the wall. Everyone regained their courage, inserted the bayonet into the rifle, stabbed the zombie who was stepping on the pile of corpses that rushed to the wall, and pulled the trigger towards the zombies swarming forward. On the other side of Pingan Street, dozens of modified military trucks and Tiger II tanks rushed out from the NAC military base. The top machine gun shot at the scattered groups of zombies, and the steel armor bulldozed the zombies moving in. The convoy was divided into 2 groups. Tanks and armored vehicles went around towards the north gate, while another set of trucks carrying soldiers drove straight to the north gate. "Open the gates." The NAC officer connected to the communication channel of Pingan Street and shouted to the defenders on the towering wall. The defender at the north gate hesitated and immediately asked the survivors' alliance for instructions. However, neither Ding Liwei nor Wan Peng were there to make a decision. At this moment, Song Chinyu's order came. He said 3 words. "Open the door." The officer at the south gate ordered the opening of the north gate, which did not conform to the rules of Pingan Street. However, the situation at the north gate was now precarious, and the defenders could no longer care about the rules. What's more, it would be Song Chinyu's fault if anything happened. The city defense officer in charge of the north gate stopped hesitating and ordered the gate to be opened. A line of trucks drove into Pingan Street. As the defenders on Pingan Street looked at the well-equipped soldiers on the trucks, their scalp felt numb. Obviously, they invited in a group of people that were difficult to mess with. There was no doubt that the crisis at the north gate was alleviated. It was just that now after they've come in, they were unlikely to leave. For transport helicopters flew by in the night sky, the vortex engines injected high-heat airstream and flew toward the giant wall. In the belly compartment of the helicopter in the front, 8 power armors sat on both sides. Their tactical rifles exuded a fearful aura, and the bright steel armor had TH words T3 written in white paint. 500 meters ahead, we are close to the wall of Pingon Street. The pilot turned his head and said. Fly directly onto the wall. Yes. The helicopter climbed up and passed the endless zombies. Jiang Chen's sight was focused on the helmet screen, and after he clicked a few buttons, he connected to the helicopter wing camera. When he looked down from a height of tens of meters above, the dense cluster of hideous zombie heads swarmed together as they rushed towards the defense line one after another. If it is difficult to imagine this picture, imagine the Shangjing railway station during Spring Festival, just multiplied by 10 folds. In the dark night sky, flames that flickered from the gaps in the wall were as fragile as candles swaying in the gusty wind. However, with the support of the NAC, the clusters of fragile flames seemed to be much stronger at this moment. The helicopter stopped on the wall. The width of the top of the wall was very narrow, and there was almost no place for the helicopter to descend. But that didn't matter. Jiang Chen was wearing a T-3 type at the moment, which was the so-called airborne type. A dozen black shadows jumped from the helicopter, and the 4 pairs of vortex engines behind them emitted blue flames that helped them to slowly land on the wall. Chinyu gulped down at the scene as he bit his tongue and walked forward. Song Chinyu, the defense officer of the South Gate. Thank you for coming to support us. You're welcome, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly as he opened the power armor helmet and shook his hand. How is the situation? It's not optimistic, but it is much better than before, Song Chinyu said with a sigh. Jiang Chen nodded and asked other questions. I heard that the Shanghai Survivors Alliance Council disappeared together. Do you know where they went? Song Chinyu was slightly stunned. He neither knew how Jiang Chen obtained this information, nor why Jiang Chen asked this question. However, considering the difference in the strength of the two sides, he hesitated and said. I'm not very clear about the specific situation, but now the entire Pingon Street command system has become a mess. It has been more than 4 hours since the zombies' flood, but until now only half of the reinforcements I have requested have arrived. Some people say that the top officials escaped from a secret passage. Of course, this is just a rumor. The rumor is not important. The important thing is that these things have already happened, right? Jiang Chen subtly smiled. For some reason, Song Chinyu had a bad feeling. However, thinking that he had already taken refuge in the NAC half an hour ago, a wry smile appeared on his face, and the bad premonition was driven out of his mind. I have another question. Where did those officials appear last? Last? Song Chinyu thought for a second, then he frowned. They probably haven't left the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. By the way, Guardian Sect Su Tiannan is setting up at the East Gate. You might as well ask him. He is one of the few senior leaders who has not gone missing, but he is generally quiet about the affairs of Pingon Street. No need to ask him. By the way, do you have any subordinates you can trust? Why? Give him the defense duty of the North Gate temporarily. I need you to accompany me to do something, Jiang Chen said in a tone that could not be rejected. What's the matter? Song Chinyu was in a daze. I need you to go to the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building and find some people. Blue electric arcs began to spark out from old Luo's arms. The silver ray between his fingers instantly liquefied when the electric arc passed through. Liquid began to flow out from his sleeves and formed into a shiny spear in his hands. Lu Sen's pupils shrunk, and in the eyes full of rage, there was the slightest anxiety. The implausible event that just unfolded in front of him was beyond his knowledge. Wan Peng, standing in the back, narrowed his eyes. Liquid metal and hidden genetic code of electricity? Or, are you a modified human? He heard about a form of liquid alloy that could undergo solid-liquid transformation under a certain voltage. Who knows? Maybe it's magic. Spells? Not sure. Old Luo laughed, as he spun the spear in his hands, then he pointed it at Lu Sen who had transformed into a mutated human. I am afraid this is not a simple carbonization. This layer of carbon is probably stronger than graphene. Wan Ping chuckled and his right hand hid in his sleeve, as if he was holding on to something. Magic? Huh, a lame joke. Lu Sen, kill him. Roar. The roar seemed to create sound ripples. Lu Sen ran to the maglev rail. Both of his hands grabbed onto the steel bars used to pin down the rails. With an angry low-pitched roar, the bolts on the steel bar popped off from the immense force. The concrete foundation underneath began to crack as the 3-meter-long steel bar was yanked up. Oh, interesting. With another spin of the silver spear, old Luo swiftly dashed forward and aimed directly at Lu Sen's chest. Bang! Clank! With the fierce spear penetrating through the air, it was met by a crisp clank. The steel bar and the silver spear clashed together, but then quickly separated again. Old Luo had a look of shock in his eyes. Without stopping his next attack, he pushed the spear 3 times in a row, but received 3 clanks in return. The steel bar, hundreds of kilograms in weight, was spun by Lu Sen like a propeller. With a speed no inferior to his, Lu Sen dashed toward him. The furious stance was like a berserker, and he used his steel bar as a battle axe. The situation seemed to have reversed. Old Luo was forced to defend and was caught in a downturn. In the violent attacks of Lu Sen, he could only move back in defense. Suddenly, he seemed to have lost his balance, as if he had stepped on something, and then tumbled 2 steps back. Lu Sen did not let go of this opportunity as a viscous sneer formed. He swung the steel bar and knocked away old Luo's spear, then he used the momentum to raise the steel bar above his head, then slammed down at the tumbling old Luo. Duong. The spear was bent significantly. His feet also seeped half an inch into the soil. Old Luo was forced to kneel on one knee as he used both hands to hold on to the spear to parley the thunderous swing. Blood rushed to his mouth and dripped out from the corner of his lips. He was not in the best state. Ha ha ha, where are you hiding now? Lu Sen laughed violently, exerting more force down. The outcome was determined. However, when he thought victory was inevitable, he did not pay attention to old Luo's troubled face. Old Luo suddenly smiled as if his plan succeeded. Why should I hide? The blue arcs exploded. Before Lu Sen could react, the electric arcs rushed from the silver spear to the steel bar and into his arms. Buzz, the jumping electric arc flowed through him, forcing every inch of his hair to stand up. With the same posture of swinging down the steel bra, Lu Sen collapsed stiffly on the ground, unable to move his body due to paralysis. Can't move. A drop of sweat dripped down from Lu Sen's forehead. Just when he was desperately trying to move his body again, he saw that old Luo had already stood up with the support of the silver spear. Go to hell. There was no nonsense this time, and the silver spear formed a beautiful mirage in the air. The electric arc danced at the tip of the spear. Like lightning, the spear penetrated the carbon layer and created a giant hole in Lu Sen's left chest. Aw! Blood gushed out from Lu Sen's mouth. His trembling hands moved to the spear in his left chest as disbelief widened his eyes. His swelled muscles could not move even a single bit. Impossible. He previously tested his own carbonization ability and it could resist bullets from an anti-equipment rifle. How could it be penetrated by a spear? Off you go, muttering to himself, old Luo stepped on Lu Sen's chest and his hand jerked backwards. The silver spear was pulled out from Lu Sen's chest. With blood gushing out 2 meters high, the mutated warrior, with his eyes wide open, slowly collapsed to the ground and no longer breathed. Old Luo took 2 seconds to catch his breath before he loosened his grip and the silver spear formed into countless droplets, returning to his sleeve. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he turned around as his entire body saw shaking, and looked at Wan Ping standing still. Manager Wan, you're next. Boom, the endless explosion, followed by tremors, came from under everyone's feet. The CCCP soldiers who were inspecting the ground and the walls inch by inch with detectors stopped their work and looked at the deep, dark end of line 27. Jaeger frowned and looked to the front on the tank turret. That's the direction of Line 2, Smirnov said. It should have been from that direction. Yes, and no. Well. Smirnov looked at the commander in confusion. Jaeger's battle-tested expression showed a shrewdness that did not belong. Dear Comrade Smirnov, try to recall the sound just now. Did you not notice anything odd? Smirnov looked at his commander, dumbfounded. Jaeger shook his head and did not explain himself. He looked at the engineer soldiers outside the tank and ordered. Check the wall on the right-hand side. Roger. The engineer soldiers saluted and rushed in the direction pointed by Jaeger. They took out the detectors and pushed them against the wall. However, after a while, the detectors did not show any abnormalities. The parameters all showed solid dirt was behind the wall. Report, no abnormalities found. Jaeger sneered. No abnormalities. No abnormalities is a abnormality. The sound was clearly coming from right along the ground, but the wall did not transmit any sound. This sound insulation effect was superb, but why would there be a soundproof wall used in a subway tunnel buried under hundreds of meters? Are they worried about disturbing people? I am afraid there are other mysteries hidden behind this wall. Jaeger waved and signaled an engineer soldier to walk up. Then he whispered a few words to him before gesturing. The engineer soldier immediately jogged forward, found a position on the wall, painted a large red cross with a marker, and then threw a burning rod on the ground before he quickly retreated to a very distant position. Jaeger pressed on his headset as he looked at the red cross. All tank units, replace the ammo with bunker destructor, and aim at the target position. The muzzles of the 12 tanks moved slowly, aiming right at the red cross on the wall. 3, 2, 1, fire. With Jaeger's order, 12 gun barrels fired simultaneously. The deafening sound of the cannons echoed in the tunnel, and the half-meter-thick concrete wall collapsed and fell backwards. A hidden passage appeared behind the broken pieces of concrete blocks. With an ecstatic expression, Jaeger smiled. Finally, I found it. Chapter 1192 I will ask you again, move. It was brightly lit at the south gate of Pingan Street. After the 4 transport helicopters unloaded the power-armored soldiers, they immediately turned into gunships, using the heavy machine guns at its tail to fire at the dangerous species like Roshans and throwers. They hovered around the edge of the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, NAC's armored forces bulldozed into the zombies, sent the packed zombies flying, flattened them under the tracks of Tiger IIs. The armored vehicles closely followed as they used the mounted machine guns to split the zombies into sections. On the other hand, after Han Junhua entered Pingan Street from the north gate, she immediately took over the command of the defense area. She led the NAC soldiers onto the wall and took control of the second line of defense from the exhausted Pingan Street defenders. Then, she sent engineering robots to the construction site behind the second line of defense that replaced the builders of Pingan Street and took over the third line of defense construction with less than 50% completed. The survivors of Wanghai City were experts in dealing with the zombie floods. The zombies and mutants in Shangjing all concentrated in the subway, unlike Wanghai that radiated from the city center outwards. If Shangjing survivors' difficulty was easy, then the Wanghai survivors' difficulty was nightmare. Of the 5,000 expeditionary forces, 4,000 soldiers already entered Pingan Street, forming a stark contrast with the Pingan Street defenders with heavy casualties. NAC had an absolute advantage both in the quality and quantity of soldiers. Anyone could see that after tonight, the owner of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building would change hands. At this moment, below the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, more than a dozen 2nd Militia soldiers wearing Pan-Asia civil defense uniforms stood at the door, weapons loaded, and blocked anyone who attempted to enter the building. Those people included survivors attempting to leave the city, merchants and factor owners demanding an answer from the Survivors Alliance, and even their own that wished to report to the higher authorities. Where is Leader Ding? What are they doing? Why haven't we seen them from the start? The south gate can't hold on any longer. Open the north gate and let us leave. Get your soldiers out of my factory. You robbers. Calm down, we are also very anxious. Standing next to the soldiers, the mayor of Pingon Street with a bitter smile desperately tried to appease the survivors' emotions. However, it was futile. He was anxious. Now that Leader Ding and Manager Wan both disappeared. Could it be true that the officials of Shangjing survivors all escaped from the tunnel? Just then, a team of power-armored soldiers pushed through the bustling crowd and walked in front of the militias. The militias on duty immediately stepped forward and stopped them. Please stop, this is Survivors Alliance's forbidden zone, move. Jiang Chen did not even look at him and said emotionlessly. Just then, several trucks drove into the small square in front of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, and soldiers with live ammunition jumped off the truck. Looking at the dozens of well-equipped soldiers and the power armors in front of them, the militia at the very front suddenly felt his scalp tingle. The mayor stepped forward and wished to negotiate. However, when Jiang Chen did not even want to open his helmet, the mayor could only turn his attention to Song Qinyu who stood behind Jiang Chen. Song Qinyu looked to the side and pretended not to see the mayor. Mr. Jiang, if we remember correctly, we are allies. The militia captain responsible for the defense went to the front and said to Jiang Chen. Allies? Jiang Chen laughed. If Manager Wan can explain to me who the assassins that attacked me were, we can discuss the issue of allies at that time. The militia captain felt a clunk in his mind and he began sweating. Sent assassins to NAC's general? What was Wan Peng even thinking? Maybe we have some kind of misunderstanding. The mayor said with a flattering smile, I think Manager Wan is someone who understands the situation. How could he have done this? Misunderstanding? Jiang Chen pulled up his holographic screen and pushed it to the mayor. Do you recognize them? It was a video. The 10 men in black who were killed by Jiang Chen's guards were in the video. Sweat couldn't stop rolling down from the mayor's forehead. His thoughts turned quickly and he was just about to explain something to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to give him an opportunity to do so. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I will know when I ask Manager Wan. Jiang Chen gestured to the soldiers behind him. The sound of the rifles being loaded changed everyone's expression. The survivors who were enjoying the scene began to move back. The dozens of militia soldiers who were in front of Jiang Chen were nervous and stared at their captain. Needless to say, if a fight really broke out, NAC would only be a minute away from walking over their bodies. Jiang Chen smiled at the militia captain, who had a stiff expression. I will ask you again, move. Although he said it in a negotiating tone, the minigun that began to rotate left no room for negotiation. The last force loyal to the Shangjing Survivors Alliance also chose to surrender. To be precise, this should actually be the second last. There was also another unit, the ace of Leader Ding, the Power Armor Company, still loyal to their leader. A total of 100 P-Series police power armors, after more than 20 years of continuous modification, had combat effective no inferior to the T-Series power armor independently developed by 6th Street. However, this force, like their leader, had disappeared. After Jiang Chen took control of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, NAC sent 200 soldiers in. However, they searched the entire building upside down and did not find the whereabouts of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance officials. Lu Fan saluted in front of Jiang Chen and solemnly said. Report, we did not find Ding Liwei, Wan Peng, and other officials. Jiang Chen frowned. No one. Did they just disappear? Every floor. Jiang Chen asked. We searched every floor, even the water tanks on the roof have been searched. Lu Fan shook his head. Now the entire administrative staff of Pingon Street is under our control. However, so far, we have not gained any valuable information. Only if we could use the truth-telling serum. Of course, it was just Jiang Chen's wishful thinking. In this world, unless it is a refugee from the slums, most survivors were injected with genetic vaccines. Even the least advanced E-class vaccines could strengthen the activity of neuronal cells, which offered resistance to the truth-telling serum. But then again, if the officials of the Shangjing Survivor Alliance really fled, or hid, they would not let these people know about their whereabouts. Even if everyone provided everything they knew, it would not lead them to Ding Liwei and Wan Peng. What to do? Jiang Chen's frown grew deeper. Just then, his sight fell on the camera on the wall. With a grin, an idea formed in his head. Where is he? Ding Liwei frowned as he looked into the deep and dark tunnel. The trump card of the 2nd Militia, the renowned power armor company of Shangjing, stood behind him. The purpose of this unit built before the war was to maintain stability after the war. However, in terms of equipment configuration, it was based on the configuration of the Pan-Asia Army Infantry Regiment-level combat unit. Except for the lack of a support unit, the company was well equipped. The reason for this configuration was because experts from the Academy of Social Sciences determined that the war may last for 20 or even 40 years until the end of the century. However, no one expected that the War of 3 Years would have exhausted the last glimmer of hope of the civilized world. When they woke up, they were not faced with hungry refugees and violent separatists, but zombies and mutants. Equipped with advanced technologies from before the war, they swept the wasteland. Ding Liwei, with the aid of the Power Armor Company, defeated the mutated humans' force in Shangjing and facilitated the establishment of the Survivors Alliance. The wait was long, and when Ding Liwei began to feel impatient, a figure walked out from the dark tunnel. The moment the footsteps sounded, the rifles immediately aimed at the entrance. It's me. When the searchlight was turned on to reveal the face, Ding Liwei's frown disappeared and he indicated to his subordinates to lower their weapons. Just as he was about to criticize why Wan Peng showed up so late, Wan Peng's poor state made him swallow his words. You're finally. What happened to you? Where is Su Xiang? He can't come. Wan Peng wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, and said with gloom, we encountered some trouble on the way. His gray suit was completely ruined, and the left-hand sleeve was shredded into strips, and revealed the cuff of his white shirt. There were a few bruises on his face. From his unkempt appearance, it was obvious that something terrible happened. Russians? Ding Liwei said with a stern look. It's that idiot called Sura. Even till death, he wanted to press down Pan-Asia Cooperation's coffin. Wan Peng cursed, then spat out spit mixed with blood. But we better hurry. As long as the Russians are not deaf, and they should have found out about the oddness of line 27. What about the card? On me. Wan Peng pointed at his chest. Ding Liwei took a deep breath, looked back at his subordinates and made a gesture to his first officer, then he looked back at Wan Peng. What are we waiting for? Power Armors took the lead, Wan Peng and Ding Liwei walked at the back of the team. There was no extra nonsense as the group continued to venture into the deep tunnel. The steel armors stepped on the concrete road, making loud crashing sounds and echoing in the empty tunnel. Soon they came to the end of the tunnel. Ding Liwei raised his hand and everyone stopped. Right in front of them was a circular steel gate. Just like a huge gear, it was engraved at the end of the tunnel, like a shield that guarded the last and biggest secret of Pan-Asia cooperation. This secret should have been guarded for 50 years. According to its initial plan, it would reproduce the glory of Pan-Asia on this devastated land. However, with countless ill intentions, the people who guarded it must unshackle its chains ahead of schedule. The two lines painted in white quietly engraved on the cold steel looked like the solemn and great dogma of the gods, carrying out the covenant of the Asian countries since the Cold War era. Pan-Asia cooperation, for the glory of our ancestors, Subway Line 0, Wan Peng stepped forward, took a deep breath and restrained the complex emotions in his heart. Then, he took out the dark green card from his pocket. However, when his hand touched the steel threshold, the tyrant felt a bit melodramatic. He looked back at Ding Liwei. "Are you ready? Do we have any other choice?" Ding Liwei grinned. Wan Peng nodded. "Makes sense." He pushed the card to the card slot on the gear. The earth trembled and the dust shook off the top of the tunnel. With a muffled and far-reaching bang, the gear slowly rotated. Like the wheel of history, it rolled the future into an unknown and destined direction. "Can you do it?" Jiang Chen squatted down next to Yao Yao and looked down at the string of characters flashing on the holographic screen, giving him a headache. "No problem. Leave it to Yao Yao." Yao Yao was sitting in the corner of Ding Liwei's office in the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building with a tablet in her hands. Her slender fingers were flying across the screen, and her clear pupils reflected lines and symbols unfitting of her age. From the moment when her hands touched the tablet, her soft and cute temperament disappeared. The petite body seemed to be possessed by the program, and a savviness Jiang Chen had never seen before shone out of her eyes. They always said that men are attractive when they are serious. Could this also apply to women? Or, it's just the contrast? Just as Jiang Chen was seriously debating this notion due to boredom, Yao Yao pressed the last button. Her hands left the tablet as she leaned back against the wall. As she wiped off the sweat from her forehead, her lovely mouth showed a smile that spelled victory. Done. Successful. So fast. "Humph, it's okay to be surprised," said Yao Yao, who raised her small chest, proud. She moved her fingers around before she pushed the holographic screen in front of Jiang Chen. "I got the security permission. The surveillance video is here." "Oh. Strange, why did the monitoring in the elevator go missing? Was it removed?" On the holographic screen, Wan Peng went into the elevator. With a look of astuteness, Jiang Chen smiled. "It seems that it's the elevator." The cameras of the entire building were in operation except for the camera in the elevator. Jiang Chen did not believe for a second that the elevator was fine. "I think so. Wait, there are traces of intrusion in the security system," Yao Yao frowned. "The IP and device numbers are unknown. The intrusion time was 1 hour ago. Someone has entered the security system after getting security system permission, encrypted as a subsystem of conference room table and chair purchase record. You mean, someone invaded the security system of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building an hour ago?" Jiang Chen frowned. "Yes. How is the technology of the other party?" Jiang Chen asked. "Their ability should be comparable to mine." Yao Yao, with a serious expression, nodded. She then thoughtfully said, "But my hardware equipment should be better than his. After all, Lin Lin helped me upgrade it." If Greyhound heard that a girl who looked around 12-year-old said their ability was similar, perhaps he would suicide by hitting his head against a wall. But it made sense. Almost 20 years had passed since the start of the apocalypse. Other than survivors like Yao Yao without the need to worry about survival, who would spend time practicing their programming skills. It would make sense for the survivors that just woke up from hibernation, but for those that survived the Third World War, their professional knowledge had long disappeared. "It doesn't matter who intruded into the system," Jiang Chen said. "Is there a way to track where Wan Peng went?" "I was not able to before, but now I can," Yao Yao said, thrilled. Her fingers began flying on the tablet. "If we can't find footprints of the prey, then follow the footprints of the hunter. If the person that invaded the system has the same purpose as us, then we only need to track the clues left by him in the security system. We can definitely find something." "Found it." Before she finished speaking, Yao Yao waved her fist in excitement. Jiang Chen quickly peeked past her head and looked at the holographic screen. "This is the correct use of the elevators in the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. By using the specific search through floor button, you can reach the -21st floor that does not exist. Then you'll find the emergency escape route of the Pan-Asia Cooperation officials." The elevator crossed the -20th floor and headed deep down into the surface. 8 power armors were on the elevator as well as a girl carrying a tablet. Feeling that the elevator began to slow down, Jiang Chen looked behind him, unassured. Follow me and don't run around, okay? Aha. Yao Yao nodded nervously, but there was no fear in her eyes. After Yao Yao intruded the security system of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, she chased the previous intruder's footprints and took control of the elevator, then she deciphered the way to the -21st floor. The next steps were simple. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the power armor units to gather in the hall on the first floor of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. Everyone was ready to go down the special passage directly beneath the building to track the whereabouts of the officials of the Survivors Alliance. Originally Jiang Chen planned to go down with a team. However, just as he boarded the elevator, Ao Yao raised her hand and courageously purposed to Jiang Chen to bring her along. At the beginning, Jiang Chen refused. However, under Yao Yao's insistence, he suddenly remembered what Lin Lin had said when he left, and he finally gave in. Just before going into the elevator, he had set rules with Yao Yao to ensure that she listened to him, otherwise he would make her go back up. The elevator stopped at the -21st floor. Jiang Chen raised his arm and gestured to the power armors behind him, then raised his weapon. The elevator door slowly opened, and the 7 power armors behind him quickly entered the tunnel. However, the expected battle did not happen, and the dark tunnel was silent. Lu Fan and Jiang Chen exchanged eye contact, then Lu Fan brought the team downstairs. Just then, there was a repressed low-pitched roar from not far in the distance. In the pitch-black darkness, there was an eerie sight full of bloodthirst. A flashlight was turned on, and zombies were standing next to the platform as they stared blankly at the light. There was a giant hole beside the wall of the small platform. Without a doubt, these zombies entered through that hole. Looking at the zombies scattered around, Yao Yao turned pale and moved closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted Yao Yao's hand to comfort her as he examined the giant hole in the tunnel. He frowned. It should be the Russians. Lu Fan said in the communication channel. There is the smell of gunpowder in the air. They should have just blew this place up. So, line 27 is through this hole? Jiang Chen asked. That is what the map shows. We are now right beside line 27, Lu Fan looked at the information on the holographic screen inside his helmet. They were one step ahead of us. Obviously, after the Shangjing Survivors Alliance, the Russians conducted a carpet search of line 27 and also discovered this special passage in which they conducted a demolition. These zombies should have wandered here from line 35 or other subway lines connected to line 27. Fortunately, there were no dangerous species. They should be able to pass through. What worried Jiang Chen the most was how far Ding Liwei and CCCP went. If this was a race, then NAC was already falling behind. Start sliding mode, Jiang Chen looked at the zombies below the stairs. Let's rush through this place. When Lu Fan heard Jiang Chen's words, it took him some time to process before he interjected. General, I suggest we go together after the deployment of the power armor units. If we run into the Russians, we can't wait any longer. Jiang Chen kneeled down, and in the unexpected and repressed shout of Yao Yao, he princess lifted her. I would rather run into a group of Russians with tanks than a group of Russians with Gundams. What are Gundams? Lu Fan took a moment to process. The general seemed to have said something inexplicable again. Lu Fan shook his head and threw his doubts to the back of his head. He already brought forward his opinions. If the general insisted on leaving now, he could only follow his order. As the guard's captain, following orders was his first task, even if he may not think it was a good idea. This will feel bumpy, can you just resist for a moment? Looking at the girl in his arms, Jiang Chen said softly. Aha! Blinking her big eyes, Yao Yao nervously hit her hands in front of her chest before she nodded with certainty. It's best to close your eyes if you can. Looking at Yao Yao obediently closing her eyes, Jiang Chen then looked at the zombies under the stairs and took a deep breath. While the decision may lack strategic thinking, he had his own concerns. While Jiang Chen was not sure if Gundams really existed in the treasure of the Pan-Asia cooperation, weapons of some kind would most likely be there. After all, the project was approved during the war preparation phase. Even considering the history of that time period, it was not difficult to imagine the things hidden inside. The sliding wheels popped out of the power armor's foot, and the vortex engines behind the power armor started to ignite. Take off. Roger that. 7 power armors circled Jiang Chen and created an arrow formation as they rushed down the stairs. Already attracted by the flashlight, the zombies now heard the roar of the engines and began to focus to their direction. In the pairs of black pupils, a crimson-red color was slowly approaching. Roar! The fearless zombies began to rush at the sliding power armors. They extended their thin arms at the power armor leading the formation. But quickly, they realized the foolishness of their decision. The zombies in front of Lu Fan were directly sent into the air. The power armors on the side unleashed bullets, suppressing the zombies rushing forward. The gusting airflow sent Yao Yao's hair flying as she buried her face against Jiang Chen's chest. The gunshots rang in her ear and made her close her eyes tightly. After what felt like a century, the gunshots gradually stopped, and the airflow began to slow down. Yao Yao finally opened her eyes. You're safe. Gently patting Yao Yao's back, Jiang Chen looked at the long eyelashes that were stuck together and a smile formed on his face. He then looked at the zombies that were left behind and felt relieved. Switching to the private channel, Jiang Chen ordered Lu Fan. Get the people above to send a few engineer soldiers down to plug the hole. If these zombies were allowed to spread from line 27, then the safety passage would not longer be safe. Roger. Lu Fan responded with sharpness. Their journey did not have more twists and turns. 2 power armors accelerated and led in the front, maintaining a high-speed sliding state. The group accelerated in the direction of line 2. Looking at the looming light source in front, Jiang Chen used his spare hand to rub Yao Yao's hair. Are you feeling okay? Yao Yao carefully moved her face away from Jiang Chen's chest. Yao Yao then looked at the zombies that had long disappeared and said with lingering anxiousness, that was scary. I told you you should have stayed above ground. Should I send you back? Yao Yao shook her head and said seriously, Sister Lin said to me when we called yesterday that if you are going to find line 0, I need to be with you. Lin also knows about line 0? Jiang Chen wondered, why didn't she tell me before I came here? Sister Lin said that she was not sure whether it was a rumor or the real thing. Her understanding of Eden technology is just the tip of the iceberg. But she also said that if line 0 really exists, my ability will definitely help you. Yao Yao whispered as she leaned on Jiang Chen's chest. Is that so? He fixed his gaze on the girl in his arms and wondered if she could really help him, but more than that, he was concerned about her safety. Of course, Lin may also be right. If the pre-war civilization built this, some things may not be solved by muscles alone. Yao Yao's computer skills may be his advantage. Just as Jiang Chen thought of this, the 2 power armors leading the team gradually slowed down. Jiang Chen frowned, switched to the private communication channel and asked Lu Fan. What happened? Before Lu Fan could respond, the 2 power armors leading the way reported in the public channel. General, someone is lying on the side of the tunnel. The 6 power armors that trailed them slowed down and moved toward the source of light. There was a 4-train-long maglev train in the middle of the track that had been abandoned there for some unknown reason. Not far from the maglev train, a man covered in blood was lying against the wall of the tunnel. He was not in the best state, his left arm seemed to be dislocated or broken. There was a pool of metal-like liquid beside his hand. Under the flashlight, it reflected a silver shine. The man noticed the gun pointed at him and responded with a grin before coughing out some blood. He used his right hand to help himself sit upright. Ahem, oh. Another group of tomb thieves. Tomb thieves. Jiang Chen snorted at the call, put Yao Yao gently on the ground, and walked over to him with a rifle. General. This person is a bit weird, Lu Fan reminded. I know, it's strange if he is not weird. Jiang Chen waved his hand and motioned him to not worry. He walked over to the man and said, "We meet again, Mr. Sura, or should I call you Old Luo?" Old Luo's eyes brightened for a second. You're Jiang Chen? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Back in Hell's Courier, Old Luo saw through his camouflage, and Jiang Chen was not surprised that Old Luo recognized his identity. As the former intelligence personnel of Pan-Asia Cooperation, it would be odd if he did not have any special abilities. Yes, Jiang Chen suspected the man named Old Luo was the boss of Hell's Courier. The so-called strawman was just one of the names he used before. Cough, are you really Jiang Chen? I mean, you actually came down. Old Luo looked so surprised that he even forgot his injuries and sat up straight. He gazed at Jiang Chen, full of curiosity. Do you know what's ahead? I will know soon, but let's not talk about this now. I have something else to ask you. With a short pause, Jiang Chen looked at him and said, I have been pondering for the last while. That day at the hotel, was it you that tried to infiltrate my wrist-mounted computer? Although not precisely true, you can interpret it as something I had done, Old Luo said with a smile. Then I will consider that you did it. With Old Luo's indifferent attitude, Jiang Chen was not angry. Instead, he took out a card from his pocket and shook it in front of him. So, you auctioned this card? Yes, Old Luo said calmly. Why? Jiang Chen asked. Because I needed you to stop the Russians. However, the plan is always full of variables, Old Luo, who laughed at himself, said as he leaned his head against the wall. I just didn't expect Wan Peng would have something hidden up his sleeves. Jiang Chen examined him from head to toe. He had already guessed how he was injured. Russians have gone to that side. Are you not going to hurry and chase them? Seeing Jiang Chen was not speaking, Old Luo laughed. By the way, remind you, there are 12 tanks waiting for you. You'd better bring more people. Then he shook his head again and laughed at a self-deprecating manner. But once you bring enough people, this doesn't concern you anymore. There is something I have never thought through. Jiang Chen focused on Old Luo lying against the wall and seemed to be muttering to himself thoughtfully. If you're trying to obtain the secret of Line 0, your action doesn't seem to make sense. I am very curious. What do you want? What do I want? Hee. Old Luo shook his head. If I tell you, would you wait for 50 years before you open Line 0? 50 years is too long. Jiang Chen shook his head and said emotionlessly, and you don't have the chips to negotiate with me. That's also true. Old Luo closed his eyes and stopped talking. Old Luo was seriously injured and he did not have much time left. But there was not the slightest fear for death, just the allegiance to the end of his mission. Jiang Chen knew very well that the person who showed this kind of expression obviously did not intend to ask for help. But then again, for someone that wished to use him, even if he asked for help, Jiang Chen never planned to save him. Let him rot here. Rot with the coffin of Pan-Asia Cooperation together. What should we do? Lu Fan went to Jiang Chen, with seriously. If he is telling the truth, then in the front, he is telling the truth. With his brows twisted together, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then said, we have to gamble. Gamble? Lu Fan said. Without explaining to Lu Fan, Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao. Can you make the train move again? Let me try. Yao Yao agilely jumped into the maglev train and took out the tablet from behind her back. With her back bent, she searched underneath the seats before quickly finding an interface for connection. She then pulled out a cord and attached the tablet to the train. Then Yao Yao sat on the floor as she began to work with the tablet. Dazzling code flashed through the holographic screen like countless spells. In just 10 minutes, everyone, including old Luo without any desire to live, looked astonished. The train previous locked by the virus in the smoke detector system started to move again. Get on. Jiang Chen waved his hand at Lu Fan and boarded the train with the power armors. However, after boarding the train, he realized another very serious issue. Who knows how to drive? The public channel was silent, and Lu Fan and the guard's expression all looked awkward. Obviously, no one learned how to operate this thing. Fortunately, Yao Yao raised his hand. I have already activated smart driving mode. We don't need someone to move this thing. The smug look on her face was the joy of finally helping her beloved big brother. After the magnetic rail was charged, the train floated up by half an inch and began to accelerate. Can you turn off the lights? No problem. Yao Yao's fingers tapped on the tablet, and all the light sources on the train were extinguished. The train continued to accelerate. General, there are CCCP tanks in front, I know. Then, did I not say it? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Fan with a hint of lunacy in his eyes. It's time to gamble. The CCCP tanks made squeaking sound as they moved forward steadily through the tunnel leading to Line 0. On the tank, Jaeger frowned. Just now, he began to feel the wind blowing from behind him. What's that sound? Smirnov looked behind his back and muttered to himself. Is it that train just now? Train. Jaeger's pupils suddenly shrank, and his fist slammed on the top of the tank and yelled into the headset. Park. Turn the turret and aim at that train. Train. Where is the train? Responding to this inexplicable command, the gunners were only stunned for a second before they quickly reacted. They turned the turrets and aimed behind them, however, their reaction was still a beat too slow. Cruising on the magnetic levitation track at a speed close to the speed of sound, the maglev train whizzed past, leaving only a mirage to the CCCP tanks. Just as they turned the turrets, the maglev train previously stalled was already in front of them. Jaeger growled. Fire. Boom. 12 explosions ensued. At the same time, everyone in the train was clenching on. With several loud bangs, the orange-yellow trajectories just missed the train and exploded against the wall in the tunnel. These loud noises were stretched by the incredible speed of the train and were almost instantly left behind along with the cloud of dust from the explosions. The short train was like a fly. Hitting a fly with a tank in the dark was nearly an impossible task without measurements in advance. Although they escaped, Jiang Chen did not dare to let his guard down for a moment. He tightly held Yao Yao while docking down underneath the seats. Almost as soon as the turrets fired, bullets hit the train, leaving a series of cracks on the window. The train already flew by, and the machine gunners on the tanks stopped their pointless shooting. Jaeger revealed a gloomy expression as he fixated on the direction where the train had disappeared. His fist slammed against the tank as he shouted. Everyone, full throttle. Roger. So, the legendary subway Line 0 is just an underground city? As he stepped onto the concrete road covered by dust, Ding Liwei used the light scattered down from the skydome while he scanned through the dark streets. Surprise was the emotion in his eyes, but behind the surprise, there was more disappointment in his emotion. He was originally looking forward to a particular weapon hidden here, at least one powerful enough that it could get rid of CCCP and NAC. But so far, disregarding any weapons, it was just towering high-rise buildings and empty streets. This kind of scene was too common in the wasteland. If he must state the difference between the Shangjing above ground, then it must be the lack of zombies, mutants, and ugly nuclear craters. No, certainly not just these. Ding Liwei's gaze carefully searched between the buildings on both sides of the street, for fear of missing a trace of detail. Or a city-sized fallout shelter. We just don't know why there's no one in this fallout shelter. Wan Peng's eyebrows were also written with disappointment. His looked away from the faded billboards as he muttered to himself, something must be wrong. More than 100 P-series police power armors walked down the streets, and there were no other sounds. High-rise buildings stood side by side, a prosperous scene, but at the moment they felt as depressing as tombstones, without the slightest sign of vitality. A dozen-kilometer-long maglev track spanned from above and divided the entire city into two. Although no one lived here, it was indeed a city. It was true no matter how you looked at the situation. As for why Pan-Asia Cooperation decided to build such a city below Shangjing and why it had to be sealed for 50 years, no one knew. Or at least the person that knew was no longer on the planet. If they did not come down from above, just standing here, it did not feel like the city was a kilometer under the surface. The city's distant area was covered by a thick layer of gray which caused the entire city to be surrounded by what looked like morning mist. Behind the mist, there seemed to be some sort of light source, a faint gleam that pierced through the mist and was sprinkled onto the streets. It was precisely because of this that although located deep underground, the light was surprisingly sufficient. Similar to cloudy days on the surface, the only flaw was that the distant gray gave off a depressing feeling. If I found this heaven 15 years ago, why build a wall? I would have just directly placed Pingan Street here. That would have saved us so much trouble. Wan Peng's eyes were fixated on the dead street as he grunted and said in a self-deprecating manner. It's not too late. Do you want to pick a place to stay in? Ding Liwei looked at him and said, grinning. I'll pass. I was just joking. Although the place did not have any zombies or mutants, and without the need to worry about excessive radiation that would lead to growing another hand, it would not be long before people go insane in this kind of environment. Just then, noises were heard in the distance. It was not loud, but in this quiet city, it was conspicuous. Everyone stopped and looked at the sky. What is that sound? Ding Liwei frowned, opened the magnifying function on the eyepiece of the helmet, and fixed his eyes on the magnetic levitation track that spanned the city. Then, doubt appeared in his eyes. That is not our train. Obviously. Wan Peng also noticed the anomaly in the sky and looked up at the track. It seems that after I abandoned the train, someone repaired it. Who is in the car? Not our people, Wan Peng shrugged and said. That was enough information. Ding Liwei did not speak, but gestured to the soldiers behind him and then pointed to the magnetic levitation track. Four power armors walked up and took out rocket launchers, locked on the magnetic Leviathan track in the air, and pulled the trigger simultaneously. Four white smoke trails formed from the launchers as they locked in on different locations. Seconds later, four rockets flew directly towards the magnetic levitation track. The entrance to Line 0 was already open. The train did not stop at all and whizzed past the gear-shaped gate. After passing through the hole, the road narrowed abruptly, and the train continued in an unknown direction. Still pondering on how much longer the ride would take, a shimmer of light appeared in front of them. The train darted out of the dark tunnel, new scenery expanded before them. Jiang Chen gradually became shocked and he looked down through the window of the train. Just below the train was a futuristic-looking city. Towering high-rise buildings stood below and straight streets neatly organized the city. Jiang Chen made a rough estimate that the underground city was at least the size of a district in Shangjing. On the conservative side, it could fit at least 1 million people. The train quietly moved along the track suspended in the air. It took a while for Jiang Chen to absorb the astonishment in his mind. He exclaimed while looking out the window. I didn't expect the end of Line 0 would be a city. Yeah, Lu Fan said, while he also shared Jiang Chen's shocked emotion. Right, where will this train take us? Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao. Let me see. Yao Yao's fingers quickly tapped on the tablet a few times, took a few glances at the holographic screen, and nodded seriously. It should be in front of us soon. We will arrive at the terminal within 10 kilometers. There is an elevator there, we can go. Boom. Without the slightest sign, the train moving at high speed seemed to be hit from the side as everything in the train was tossed to the other side. 4 explosions and 4 missiles hit the track one after another. In the deafening screeching sound, the track suspending in the air swayed like noodles, and the steel cables hanging from the track broke apart one after another. Soon, the track that lost its load-bearing structure began to fall. K. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth as he was tossed to the other side. He grabbed Yao Yao, who was flying in the air, in the heat of the moment. The train completely lost its power. Gliding down the inclined track, everything on the track was in a weightless state. In order to grab Yao Yao, Jiang Chen lost his balance during a downward turn of the train and was thrown to the rear, crashing through rows of seats and rolling from the front of the train to the back. Finally, the train completely left the track and nosedived into the city. Jump! Jump! In the communication channel, Jiang Chen shouted. He used his back to block the incoming debris. Then holding Yao Yao with his left hand, he used his right hand to smash against the door, creating a dent in the aluminum door. Without stopping, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, adjusted his posture, and supported the ceiling with his right hand. He looked at the already deformed door and stepped on it with all his force. Clank! It was effective. The door flew out and disappeared quickly. The violent airflow poured in, scratching the steel armor. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen hugged Yao Yao in his arms and jumped out of the train. Along with the debris, they fell toward the city of high-rises. The steel tracks broke one after another, and the suspending cables continued to collapse. The steel fragments mixed with concrete debris hailed down from the air. Instead of immediately turning on the vortex engine, Jiang Chen kept gliding down, using the debris as cover to move toward the edge of the city. While gliding, his eyes were locked on the ground, searching for any potential incoming missiles. Fortunately, no missiles headed his way. When the altitude dropped to 500 meters, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and the vortex engines ignited with a full thrust to halt the fall. Boom! Both feet planted deep into the ground, and the impact wave hitting the ground blew dust and gravel a dozen meters away, formed cracks along the surface of the road. When he looked down at Yao Yao, he was relieved. The lovely face was obviously startled, but fortunately, she was not hit by flying debris. Jiang Chen opened the mask on the helmet and looked at Yao Yao. Are you okay? Yao Yao's soul seemed to have returned to her body. Lying in Jiang Chen's arms, she looked into his concerned eyes and nodded firmly. I'm good. Phew, looking at the girl's courageous expression, he smiled softly. Then he looked at the other side of the street. He took a deep breath before his seriousness returned. It's not safe here, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. You have to hang on for just a while longer. Although he was not attacked when he fell, he was not sure whether or not Ding Liwei's people saw him. If they were on their way to his landing spot, every second they stayed where they were would increase the dangerousness of the situation. No problem. Yao Yao tightly grabbed onto the nylon buckle on the power armor, then she pressed her face on Jiang Chen's chest and closed her eyes. Her gentle voice had a hint of tenacity. Yao Yao is prepared. Hold on tight. The sliding wheels popped out and the vortex engines reignited its blue flames, pushing the power armor toward the other side of the street. While maintaining high-speed movement, Jiang Chen opened the communication channel and established contact with Lu Fan. Where are you? We have 3 people here, in a building. Damn it. Someone is nearby. There were chaotic gunshots on the other side, occasionally accompanied by 1 or 2 explosions and the sound of broken glass. Obviously, Lu Fan encountered Ding Liwei's force, and there was no doubt it was the 2nd Militia's Power Armor Company. According to the information provided by Song Qinyu, the Power Armor Company was made up of a full 100 people. Their people, there are too many power armors. Don't directly engage with them. Can you retreat? Jiang Chen said immediately. We should be able to retreat. The P-series has one less set of vortex engines. Where should we reconvene? Where should we reconvene? Jiang Chen just wanted to report a position but realized that he did not have a map here. Just pick a direction first. I will provide a gathering place immediately. Just pick a direction. Okay. As soon as the communication ended, Jiang Chen was about to release the reconnaissance drone, but a series of red dots flashed on the radar. These red dots were separated into 3 groups, from 3 directions. They surrounded him, blocking all directions of escape. The enemy had already discovered him. Fu *K. He cursed in a whisper. Immediately, he stopped the gliding momentum of the wheels and turned a corner at a 45 degrees angle. He rushed straight up the stairs in front of an office building and smashed through a locked front door. He then retrieved the wheels before running upstairs. Stopped at the top floor, Jiang Chen picked an office and broke through the door. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Jiang Chen left Yao Yao in the office. He looked at her eyes, and after leaving some serious instructions, he walked out. In the hallway outside the office, Jiang Chen turned on the life signal detection radar, and his eyes locked on the series of red dots. Based on the flashing red dots, at least 20 power armors were in the building. There were 4 or more located in each of the 4 directions of the office building. The equipment of both sides was all the best available in the 22nd century. Once an enemy entered the vicinity, they were all each other's hunters and prey. It was impossible to escape unless Jiang Chen was familiar with the terrain. Unfortunately, in a battle happening on an entirely foreign battlefield, both the hunter and the prey were completely clueless. It was already difficult not to get lost, let alone escape the pursuant. Jiang Chen recognized the situation and decided not to run. Without a doubt, it would be almost impossible to escape the pursuit of a group of power armors while holding a person. It was better to get rid of the troubles while no one was around. If you really miss me, let me make your dream come true. With a murderous vibe, Jiang Chen swung his right hand and tossed out 2 drone hives from the storage dimension. Dozens of hummingbirds emerged from the drone hives and formed several attack formations in the air. The muzzles underneath the drones exuded a deadly reflection. Then, 4 reptile drones and 4 python drones were also placed into the battlefield, and together with the hummingbird drone attack groups, they rushed toward the floor below. In the modern world, these drones would be enough for him to sweep the victory. But in the apocalypse full of technology, it would be too arrogant to think these drones could eliminate a group of power armors. But with a few nuclear grenades, a few plasma bombs, he certainly could stand a fighting chance. What to do? Being left in the office, Yao Yao looked around anxiously. Although Jiang Chen did not say anything to her, she had already vaguely guessed that the second militia was after them. And the reason why he decided to stop running and enter this building was most likely because of her. As soon as Yao Yao thought that she had become his burden, tears quickly began to roll down her face. I came to help him, but... Using her sleeves to wipe her teary eyes, Yao Yao bit her lower lip and began to search the office she was in. Just then, her eyes suddenly lit up. Near the wall, she found an interface of the data line. Sitting next to the desk, Yao Yao quickly took out her tablet and placed it in her lap. She pulled the dusty data cable off the desk and attached it to her tablet. Looking at the line, connection successful, on the screen, the little girl shook her fist in excitement. It works. Although she did not know if she could help, she must try. As her fingers began tapping at lightning speed and lines of codes started to flood the holographic screen, muffled explosions started ringing in her ears. Soon sweat began to form on her forehead as she desperately tried to calm her nervous heartbeat. Data transfer is complete, acquiring permission, faster. Her little fist clenched tightly as she looked at the progress bar on the holographic screen and began praying. Finally, there was the melodious sound. An instant look of joy reflected through her lovely big eyes, but it was quickly replaced by shock. The line of words that appeared on the screen was, Thank you for using Eden technology. 1198 The encounter battle inside the tunnel. The elevator doors opened and a row of NAC soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons marched out. Almost instantly, the elevator door closed as soon as the last soldier's heel stepped out. Then, the elevator moved back to the -20th floor. Just like this, the elevator moved between the -20th and the -21st floor. In just half an hour, NAC deployed 100 power armors, 500 soldiers, and 40 engineer soldiers to the tunnel under the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. Under the firepower of the power armors, the zombies wandering at the station were quickly eradicated. The engineering soldiers at the rear brought pieces of machinery forward and began to repair the concrete wall. As the bayonet was pulled out from the head of a night demon, Jiang Chen pressed the headset on the helmet and reported it to the ground command center. The zombies in the subway station have been cleared. Yes, dangerous species have been spotted, and we're not ruling out that more dangerous species are moving to the area. Immediately repair the tunnel, Han Junhua ordered. Also, mobilize the power armors immediately. You must catch up to the general in the shortest possible time. Roger. After the communication ended, Jiang Chen gestured to his vice-captain behind him. After the vice-captain jogged to him, he ordered. I'm delegating to you the task of building the defense line. I will bring the force to support the general. Yes. The vice-captain saluted. Be meticulous, this is a direct order from the chief of staff. You must make no mistakes. He patted his subordinate on the shoulder and reminded one last time. He then handed over the authority of the infantry to the vice-captain, turned around and walked toward the assembled power armors. All the preparations were complete. Jiang Chen was prepared to order the force to advance into the deep tunnel, but from the direction of line 27, some tremors shook the earth. What's that sound? Jiang Chen frowned as he looked toward the direction of line 27. His first officer was also confused as he pinpointed the direction. Judging by the sound, it doesn't sound like zombies. I will send someone to take a look. The first officer ordered into his headset. Soon, 2 scouts were sent out and they jogged in the direction of line 27. However, just after crossing the broken concrete wall, the 2 scouts stopped. Fear was seen from the reflection inside their tactical helmet. Without the time to even say a word, the roar of the explosion filled the tunnel. With a loud explosion, the 2 scouts were turned into pieces in the raging shrapnel. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. A dreadful thought suddenly appeared in his mind. It's the CCCP tanks. Without time to hesitate, Jiang Chen decisively shouted in the communication channel. Take cover. Prepare to fire. He didn't need to remind the team. Immediately when the explosion happened, the engineer soldiers abandoned the pieces of machinery in their hands and retreated to the back. At the same time, the soldiers who were resting immediately began seeking cover. The power armors that had been assembled also scattered around, leaning against the concrete bunker inside and outside the station. Jiang Chen glanced at the hole in the tunnel. He pulled out 2 burning rods from the waist of the power armor and threw them toward the broken wall. The orange-red flame illuminated the dark battlefield. Almost at the same time, a tank painted with snow camouflage drove across the broken concrete wall. Without the slightest omen, the menacing muzzle fired at the NAC soldiers. Boom! A high-explosive round fired not far from Jiang Chen and the flying shrapnel scratched against the power armor, making a screeching sound. Fortunately, the shot was fired aimlessly, causing no casualties. Through the cover provided by the shot, the soldiers wearing winter clothes rushed out from the rear of the tank. Shouting, "For Mother Russia," the soldiers fearlessly rushed towards the NAC. Open fire. In the deafening roar, Jiang Chen raised his tactical rifle and unleashed bullets first. Rifles were placed onto the bunker one after the other as bullets began to fire at the charging Russian soldiers. The sound of the bullets hitting the tank rang throughout the tunnel and the soldiers rushing out from behind the tank were also shot, falling one after another. Their blood splashed across the battlefield and dyed their snow camouflage paint bright red. Soaring bullets flew just above their heads as the NAC soldiers leaned against the concrete bunker and reloaded. Then, they continued to aim at the soldiers flooding out from the tank. Looking at the corpses that fell one after another in pools of blood, and the ones continuing to advance, seemingly unafraid of death, his scalp felt numb as he cursed. Fu*K, are these Russians trying to reincarnate? I suspect these are fake Russians. The soldier who was next to him felt something was off, but he could not pinpoint the abnormality. The battle was in a stalemate. With CCCP soldiers charging relentlessly, they eventually ripped a hole in NAC's firepower and established a foothold north of the subway station. The first tank already rolled into the subway station, and the second tank ensued. Then, the soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons began to join the CCCP front. These soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons were far superior to those of the kamikaze soldiers, in both accuracy and firepower. Obviously, these soldiers were the core strength of CCCP. The NAC, which possessed a terrain advantage, was starting to lose its grip on the battle. But the good days of the Russians were about to end. When Han Junhua sent the forces down, she certainly considered the possibility of encountering CCCP tanks. After all, the team that Jiang Chen encountered was obviously not the full force of the CCCP. Precisely because of this, not only was cement used for wall building sent down, but also the Scorpion anti-armor RPG. When the second tank bulldozed through the broken wall, the Scorpion RPG finally arrived. The soldiers behind cover set aside their rifles as they accepted the RPGs from the comrades in the rear. They put the rocket launchers on the shoulder, unlocked the safety, and locked onto the tank beside the wall. Go to hell. With a repressed, low-pitched roar, the Scorpion RPG dragged an orange-colored tail flame and smashed directly onto the surface of the tank. CCCP armored forces appeared in the tunnel. We're under attack. I repeat. We're under attack. In the ground command center, Han Junhua expressionlessly nodded after she listened to Zhang Zhuo's report in front of the map. Her emotion did not waver by the slightest. Got it. Ending the communication, Han Junhua looked up to the holographic screen. What emerged in front of her was the three-dimensional composition blueprint of a CCCP tank. The Polar Bear KV-9 tank was built with a high-density alloy composite steel with a strength similar to Grade A steel in pack standard. The main gun was either 58mm or 75mm caliber. Based on the length of the barrel, the KV-9 was either the support type or the attack type. The heavy armor had almost no weakness. Even the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon could not stall the tank. Even without the annoying Wanderer's tank Meissner effect armor, it was still a tough opponent. Of course, there were certainly ways to deal with this type of tank. It was not without reason the KV-9 was dispatched to Yulin. Because of the extra thick armor, the overly compact design for increased maneuverability resulted in a poor tank cooling system, and the tank crew was almost sitting directly on the engine. A few simple incendiary bombs may be more effective than Scorpion rockets. Just 2 minutes ago, she had already issued an order to the Expeditionary Army. A fully armed, incendiary unit was already sent to the -20th floor. Turning off the hologram, Han Junhua's eyes locked on the map on the command desk. Fixing her sight on line 2, she whispered in her heart. Please make it. For some unknown reason, her cold heart inexplicably trembled. She pressed her hand against her chest and frowned. However, just as she wanted to reflect on what she was feeling, the feeling seemed to have slipped away like sand through her fingers. It was as if she never felt it. 1199 Power of the nuclear grenade. Boom! A face-sized hole formed as the shell penetrated through the cement wall. 2 grenades exploded in a narrow corridor. The 5 police power armors that rushed into the stairs were caught off guard by the sudden attack. The tumbling heatwave smashed the flower pot, sending wood chips, mud, and shrapnel flying, leaving countless scratch marks against the steel armor. However, a power armor was still a power armor, and it was unrealistic to think grenades could eliminate the well-trained militia. They tumbled behind cover and the 5P-type power armors pulled out their tactical rifles and pointed to the opposite side of the corridor. "This is Team A, we have encountered the target. Approved for firing, take him out," Ding Liwei ordered viciously. "Roger. Is this really a good idea?" Wan Peng asked. "Since we already stepped over the line, do you want to sit down and negotiate with him?" Ding Liwei snorted and looked at the sky. "I hope what is hidden in this city is worthy of our bet." Wan Peng smiled without refuting, but he thought in his mind. "You still don't know, but thanks to my intelligent subordinates, I already stepped over the line yesterday afternoon." They were grasshoppers on the rope of no return. Compared with the two behemoths, CCCP Frontier Defense and NAC, the power they possessed were no different than the power possessed by grasshoppers. Since Jiang Chen already appeared here, then the NAC soldiers likely already entered the city and controlled the entire Pingon Street. Now they must bet all their chips on the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation. If the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation left to his people was rich enough, they may have a chance of turning back the tide. After receiving the order to fire, the 20 power armors grouped into 4 teams and immediately rushed in the direction of the explosion. At the same time, Team A, which was first under attack, began to push forward. However, the attack formation consisting of 20 hummingbird drones suddenly appeared from the corner and unleashed fierce firepower from their flank. At first, they were caught off guard and immediately retreated to cover. However, when they found that the drone's small-caliber ammunition only made sounds without any damage on their armor, their previously tense state disappeared. Seeing these bullets could not even break the armor's defenses, the militia leading had a disdained smile and gestured to his comrades behind him. "Prepare the EMP." "Roger that." A soldier pulled an EMP grenade from the nylon buckle on his waist. Another soldier leaning behind cover pulled out the fuse and was about to throw the grenade, but the 20 hummingbird drones were collapsing directly on them. Looking at the homing drones converging on them, the soldier in front felt something peculiar, but he could not explain the reason. Suddenly, he noticed a slight difference in the group of drones. A drone was not equipped with a muzzle, but an item the size of a can. He could not explain what it was, but the instant he saw it, the fear of death overwhelmed him. "Get down!" Roaring with all his strength, the militia soldier immediately dropped to the ground. However, in front of the nuclear grenade, what could being on the ground do? The glaring white light suddenly filled the entire space. The lava-like blast melted the steel, blew away the concrete wall, and ravaged the entire floor. On the multi-story office building, it created a giant hole around 3 floors in size. Nothing remained of the 5 people in the center of the explosion. Fu*K. Is that idiot crazy? Luo Xiaoyong pushed the concrete pieces off of his body, dragged himself up with the help of his rifle and struggled to stand up from the ground. As the captain of the 20 power armors, when the explosion occurred, he was on the 70th floor and took his soldiers in the direction of Team A. However, the sudden explosion actually collapsed the floor above him and almost buried the entire team there. He did praise the quality of the construction of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Civil Defense Project, as even after an explosion that size, the building was perfectly intact. Luo Xiaoyong felt his scalp tingle as he looked down at the dazzling height outside the broken wall. Team B and C report the casualties. Team B is fine. Team C is fine. Luo Xiaoyong breathed a sigh of relief after he received the 2 reports. It seemed that although the explosion made a loud noise, the damage was lackluster in comparison. As for Team A, he did not even bother asking. No one would have responded even if he asked. "Captain, what do we do now?" From the ruins, another soldier shook his dazzled head and asked. "What the Fu*K do you mean?" Luo Xiaoyong pulled the tactical rifle and looked at the collapsed ceiling of the upper floor, then cursed. "Follow me." Jiang Chen felt the tremor of the explosion under his feet as he stood at the entrance of the safety tunnel on the 80th floor, turned off the holographic screen with nothing but white flickers and switched to another screen. He just used 20 hummingbird drones and a nuclear grenade to take out 5 power armors. Are there still 15 left? With more power armors appearing in the drone capture screen, he sneered. Although he was vastly outnumbered, he did not show any sign of fear. When he left Yao Yao in the office, he also left the Rubik's Cube Lin Lin gave him to the little girl. With the protection of the small holy shield, Yao Yao's safety was no longer a concern. Now, without any worries, he could finally unleash his full force. Thank you for using Eden technology. After obtaining administrator rights, Yao Yao successfully bypassed the security program and entered the database. When she opened the database file, her bright eyes gradually showed a trace of shock. "What are these?" muttered to herself. Yao Yao trembling finger opened the folder named, number 005. A pop-up window appeared in the center of the holographic screen. Number 005, National Experimental Project, Summary, the Virtual City Plan, discarded, was changed to an artificial intelligence project after consideration by the Strategic Science and Technology Development Committee. Goal, Incubation of Advanced Artificial Intelligence, AI number X71291 Project Progress, unknown backup data. As soon as she saw the words, Advanced Artificial Intelligence, and, number 005, Yao Yao suddenly recalled a memory from a long time ago. The virtual world that brother Jiang Chen once entered seemed to be called Fallout Shelter 005. However, number 005, was just the tip of the iceberg in this database. Of the hundreds of files stored here, the largest number was 728. Among all the experimental projects, some had been completed, some had been in progress, and some had failed. All of the experimental projects had one thing in common, and that was, these projects were national projects authorized by the Pan-Asia Cooperation Strategic Science and Technology Development Committee. And, because of the particularity of the experimental content, they were all not disclosed to the public. Her line of sight moved along the directory of the database. When Yao Yao saw the word, #000, her heart began pounding faster. However, just as she was about to open the folder, the tremor of the explosion that shook the entire building pulled her attention back from these files. Let's not bother with these anymore. The thought that brother Jiang Chen may be in danger made Yao Yao close the database directory after she clicked download. She gently bit her lips, fingers quickly tapped on the tablet, and her heart pounded wildly. Lines of codes flashed across her bright pupils. Her pretty face, full of concern, reflected off of the holographic screen. At the moment when Jiang Chen and the second militia's power armors engaged in battle, Yao Yao obtained monitoring authority of the building and prayed silently in her heart. Please be okay. Chapter 1201 against 20. 20 to 1. Their disparity in numbers was even more evident in a confined space. Luo Xiaoyong originally thought that it would be easy to eradicate that T3 power armor, but he faced the cruel reality. He did not even encounter it face to face before he already lost a team. Very good, the current advantage is 15 to 1. They still possessed an absolute advantage, but he was no longer as certain. What was the explosion just now? A militia soldier glanced at the half-destroyed wall, still shaking from the explosion. The radiation value has risen sharply. Maybe they have blown up a nuclear fusion core. Or a tactical nuke. Hell, NAC's power armor all carry tactical nukes. Another soldier cussed. Shut up and concentrate. Luo Xiaoyong said, attention all team, disperse formation. Team B, use the safety tunnel to get above him. Team C, attack from the stairs in the hall, and Team D, follow me. Roger. Move. Luo Xiaoyong gestured forward, clenching his hands. He led the soldiers from the side and moved toward the stairs. The P-Series power armor was designed for police use with the ultimate purpose of maintaining security at protest sites. While its anti-armor capability was lackluster, it possessed the outstanding anti-personnel ability in light weapon protection ability. In contrast, the T-2 was designed as an airborne power armor that required a high degree of maneuverability, hence sacrificed its armor thickness, which was significantly inferior to the P-Series. Based on the T-2 power armor, the 6th Street self-designed T-3 type also inherited this feature. This limitation was not improved until the T-4 type designed for surface combat. Therefore, while the P-Series was designed for police work, its combat ability was not inferior compared to the T-3 power armor. Precisely because of this fact, Luo Xiaoyong was confident enough to surround Jiang Chen. However, his subordinates were about to pay the price of their life for his self-confidence. After receiving its order, Team B immediately started charging through the safety tunnel. However, just as they were about to reach the 70th floor, they made intimate contact with Jiang Chen's cannon. That's right, cannon. Jiang Chen, at the entrance of the safe tunnel, was holding a Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon 4 meters long. The T-Series power armor did have the function to attach an external cannon, but where did this cannon come from? The soldiers still on the stairs had no time to understand the situation before the electric energy filled in the capacitor was instantly released. The anchoring device was activated, thus there was no need to aim. Jiang Chen directly fired the cannon at the power armor at the very front. The blinding electric arc instantly disappeared from the cannon as the 5 kg shell instantly penetrated all 4 power armors like a skewer, and catapulted them out of the building along with the wall behind them. Jiang Chen let go of the cannon in his hands and then fluidly pulled the tactical rifle wielded at his waist and fired at the lucky militia that managed to survive. But unfortunately, the armor of P-Series was surprisingly thick as the bullets shredded the armor, but did not finish the soldier inside. The soldier was dazzled by the bullets raining from above. He desperately clawed his way out of the building as he activated the descending device to escape. Jiang Chen did not pursue him. He picked up a Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon from the ground and deactivated the anchoring device. He looked at the bottom of the stairs and murmured to himself. Is there still 10 left? Judging by the loudness, the sound of the explosion should have already reached the other people and they should be here now. Putting the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon back into the storage dimension, Jiang Chen took out the tablet connected to the drone hive and set its attack path. Then he followed the way the militia came up and went down the safety tunnel. We lost contact with Team B. As 5 new red crosses appeared on the command interface, Luo Xiaoyong only felt an uncontrollable anger burning in his chest as he gnashed his teeth. He could not wait to tear Jiang Chen apart and feed him to the zombies to vent his hatred. Those 10 soldiers were his intimate comrades. They began to train together before the war and were selected into the 2nd Militia Group of Shangjing as a post-war reserve army in hibernation chambers. They survived the zombie flood, resisted the nuclear winter, destroyed the mutants, and eliminated the cannibal tribes, but they ultimately fell here. A loss of this scale was unprecedented, and the 2nd Militia Group could not bear this kind of loss. This is Team C, we have successfully reached the target area. Fu*K. We're under attack. It's reptile and python drones. Damn, how does NAC have all these? The reptile drone was a well-known fire support platform for the Pan-Asia Army, and the Python drone was renowned as an attack drone that even NATO feared. And now 8 of them, and countless hummingbird drones were closing in on them. It was easy to distinguish from the chaotic gunshots that Team C was in trouble. Team C, retreat. Received, retreating. The communication tone was rudely cut off. As he fixed his sight at the 3 red crosses that lost communication on the command interface, Luo Xiaoyong's eyes were bloodshot and they widened in rage. The militia in Team D cautiously watched their surroundings, on the alert for any possible shadows. The team full of confidence now began to fear. Yes, fear. They did not understand the entire situation. They were chasing a T-3 power armor, at most a negligible girl, but now a tactical nuke exploded, an electromagnetic pulse cannon fired, and even reptile and python drones popped out of nowhere. They did not know what was waiting for them. However, what they knew was, they did not want to think. Luo Xiaoyong's anger was completely detonated. So far, he did not even catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen, and already half of his force had been wiped out. Fu *ku, you are a Fu *king turtle. Are you not the NAC general? Anyone can hide. Roaring into the empty hall, Luo Xiaoyong fired into the shadows, screaming in rage, "Come and fight me." I'll only use one hand. However, as he spoke, he heard footsteps from the side. Then, a voice rang out. "I just heard that you want to fight me." All eyes focused on the voice from the shadow. It was Jiang Chen that made them suffer. After reading what just happened, Luo Xiaoyong cursed. "Fight your A****." He raised his tactical rifle and all 5 power armors pulled the trigger simultaneously. Jiang Chen was already prepared as he activated his nitrogen armor calmly. The turbulent air scattered, and the orange-yellow trajectories looked like broken toothpicks that were deflected to the side. Jiang Chen let out a sigh as he saw the muzzle spitting bullets and examined the lacquered black armor illuminated by the fire. "I knew it would end like this." As he finished his sentence, he pressed the button on the tablet.